The NFL schedule has dropped, which means we can finally start doing what we do best, correlating in week 17. We're going to look at the playoff schedule, see if we have any favorites, and then we're going to start correlating indiscriminately, right? We are not going to over-index on the best games. We are going to let the chips fall as they may. I'm Peter Overzet on Best Ball Breakfast today. We have John Daigle subbing in for Adam Levitan, who's out on his bachelor party, I believe. We will, of course, have Sam Sherman at the noon Eastern slot and Pat Kerrane batting cleanup at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then immediately following Best Ball Breakfast, we have all kinds of festivities for the So You Think You Can Tout contest, including a live premiere of the Contender Challenge. You guys do not want to miss this at 2 p.m. We had 20 contenders all complete a very difficult challenge, and now we're going to make some cuts. All of that's going to unfold in that video. And then immediately after that, we're going to bounce back over to this channel for a live vote. There's some of these guys who are tweeners. We need to get your guys' opinions to determine who is going to advance in this contest and who is going to go home. I'm Pete Overzet. Let's buckle up for a big day.
Welcome to Hot Best Ball Summer. You slurp that suspension dipperino, honey?
Easy to click on Rashad White when it's all site credits.
Exodia.
Put the puppy in the bag, bro. Try to grow the goddamn game.
The game is beatable, folks.
Slap King Summer, bitches.
7,000 hours of commercial-free best ball drafts starts now.
All right. How are we doing, everybody? We are back and ready to roll. It feels weird that I have not been able to do a draft on stream with the benefit of the full NFL schedule released, and that is going to change today. Let's catch up on the chat. We got the GMs flowing here. It is indeed time to correlate. Nick, show me the money. Maybe come January 2027, I will have some money to show you, but probably not. What is up, Josh? Great appearance on the Bash last week. If you guys missed that, Josh flexed on me, robe mogged me with his beautiful underdog robe. Crutch is trying to get in the Bash here. You know what, Groovy? Normally we kind of slow roll the coffee pour, but I need it today. Let's get right to it. Let's get right to the coffee. There you go. Little coffee pour to get us going here. GMs. Nick out on a sick day. You picked a good day, man. Lots of content coming today. Did I just run a marathon? No, I did work out and I showered, though. Thank you for asking. School's out for the summer. Congratulations. Or I'm sorry. If you're a parent, I think it's I'm sorry. If you're a teacher, I think it's congratulations. Pete, is there going to be a week 17 Mnemonics episode this year? You know what? I am actually not going to be around this week. I'm leaving on a trip tomorrow afternoon. I think the ship chasing guys might do it. I want to say Davis might have done it on stream, but I will show you something. I do have a little sheet that I made here, and I did pull in the week 17 mnemonics here from Pat Kerrane. I know he sent out an email to his subscribers. Some of them I want to kind of punch up a little bit. Some of them, though, we can definitely work with here. But yes, it will be helpful to get caught up to speed on these because, you know, I got to be honest. I don't have these all memorized yet. I don't have them all memorized. That's going to be what today is for. We're going to work through it. We're going to talk through it here. Got to edit the solver settings. That is right. Yeah, I was actually just looking at those before we went live here. We can now toggle what importance level we want for week 17. Let's boost it up a little bit for today. What do you say? A little, send it high. We can keep week 16 low to medium. We'll keep week 15 0 to low. But yes, if you guys have the solver, also a few other announcements for the solver. Thank you for the reminder, Nick. The combo tool now works for DraftKings. I know people were wondering about that last week. Did get confirmation that is up and running for those of you who are drafting on DraftKings. There is, of course, now schedule support for weeks 15, 16, 17. And one of my favorite new features, you can now filter by contest within the combo tool. So if you only want to see your BBM combos when drafting as opposed to your entire portfolio, you can now toggle that on and off. And I think that'll be really helpful if you're doing kind of time box contests, etc. So make sure you guys take advantage of the solver. You can always get 20% off with promo code Pete at the solver. 20% off, promo code Pete. Head to the solver, get the draft assistance, and get rolling with us. What is up, Meg? I had a good time on your guys' marathon stream on Friday. If you guys missed that, be sure to go and check it out. I talked a lot of So You Think You Can Tout with Meg and the crew over there. Great work. And hopefully you survived your 24-hour stream, Meg. You are a more prolific streamer than I am. That is for sure. All right, here we go. Nick, I'm very well aware that they have it, but one thing that I love here is looking through some of the totals here as well, just to kind of get a perspective of the playoff matchups. One of the things that I always care about too is just what are the dome games? What are the decent to mild weather situations? And then if they don't have a signifier on this chart, then it means it's probably a colder out weather game. Like you see Arizona at the Jets in week 15, that's outdoors, but then they're in New Orleans for week 15. So that's a dome game. We get the green. And then week 17 at home versus Las Vegas. That of course is a dome as well. So, as we start to scan through here, the totals that are projecting over 50, Baltimore at Cincinnati, the big dog versus the Cats, 51.5. That certainly looks like a game to circle. We have Chicago at home versus Detroit. This one is interesting in that we love the offenses, don't necessarily love a cold weather game in Chicago at the end of the year, but this game still has a total of 49.5 projected. Of course, Cincinnati on the other side of that Baltimore game. Dallas at home versus the Giants. That one looks very good. Getting the dome game. You get Jackson Dart. Hopefully Malik Neighbors is firing on all cylinders by then. That has a projected total of 49.5. You can remember that as Dak versus Dart. Going down here, another game with a decent total, 48.5, Jacksonville versus Washington. So we're going to get the warm weather down there in Florida. That game has a 48.5 point total based on how Jacksonville ended the year last year. And assuming Washington is healthy, you can certainly see the potential for fireworks there. Rams versus Tampa Bay, 48.5. This is a mnemonic that I am punching up. Kerrane went with Bucks versus Bucks. I want to go with Puka versus Igbuka. Puka Igbuka. I will not forget that one there. Hey, pretty mama. That game has a total of 48.5 at Tampa Bay. So we'll get the warm weather down there. That one looks good. And then Miami Buffalo. Miami at home here versus Buffalo, 47.5. Those divisional games can always be a little wonky. Who knows the state of Miami's offense by the time that rolls around, but Allen versus A-Chain, that one has some potential. And yeah, I think those are all of the games with a total over 47.5. We, of course, have a bunch in the middle around the 45s. And then we have some real stinkers down there with the 42.5. Carolina versus Seattle. Man, what a buzzkill that one looks like. You can remember that with the Hawk Chuba rematch, but not loving that matchup. At 43.5, Cleveland versus Indiana. That feels extremely gross to me. 43.5 point total. Denver at New England. I feel like if you made me bet on an over-under right now, 42.5, I might lean higher there. I think both of these offenses could be pretty competent this year, but at New England, we know that they can slow the game down cold weather. So I get why that one's a little lower, but 42.5 strikes me as maybe a smidge too low. Green Bay versus Houston. We know both those teams at their core want to run the ball, slow the game down. So I understand the 42.5 there. What else do we have here in the dregs? Las Vegas versus Arizona. Now, that one I would also be open to taking the higher on 42.5. Vegas versus Arizona. It could either be fun bad or bad. But if we get the Mendoza going, if the Arizona quarterback situation is just somewhat decent, I think that one could be interesting. But yeah, who knows? We could be getting the gross Carson Beck starts at that point. One of the lowest ones here, Minnesota at the Jets, 40.5. Minnesota will likely be pretty big favorites in that one. Outdoors at the Meadowlands, in January doesn't seem great to me. So 40.5 there. And I think that covers most of the bottom ones. Oh yeah, Tennessee and Pittsburgh. That's another really gross one. Tennessee versus Pittsburgh, total of 42.5. So let me know. Let's see what the chat is liking here as far as these week 17 matchups. And while you guys kind of weigh in, I'll just re-emphasize kind of my, prevailing thoughts on how I think about week 17 correlation. It has now been multiple years since the Week 17 is All That Matters video dropped. There's been lots of pushback since then. There's been lots of capitulation, yada, yada. I think at this point, if you don't think Week 17 correlation and playoff schedules matter to some degree, I think you have your head in the sand. The pushback nowadays is that people overdo it. I don't really see examples of people overdoing it. I think the drafters who are implementing it are also implementing the other solid drafting principles that you need to do. So that's always been a bit of a straw man to me. But the one pitfall I think someone could make if they're just diving into this, if they're just starting to think about how to correlate, is being too discriminate with their correlations. Like, I'm only going to correlate these games with totals over 47.5. I'm not going to try to stack Pittsburgh, Tennessee. My thought is, once you've made that bet, once you have drafted Carnell Tate, let's do what's another poor game here, Cleveland. Once you've taken KC Concepcion and Harold Fannin, well, guess what? You now live in a reality where that game needs to be good in Week 17. You need those players to score. So yeah, now I am going to start thinking about Indianapolis pieces on those Cleveland ones. Now I'm going to start thinking about Pittsburgh pieces opposite of Tennessee. So that's my one piece of advice, is continue to correlate indiscriminately based on the players you have already selected. Don't get overly condensed in the games you hone in on. I think it's fine to tilt exposures in one direction or the other, but I think where you go wrong is saying, I'm just not going to correlate this game. I'm completely scratching it off my list. I think we then open ourselves up to the risk of being really wrong. Everyone always points to that, what was it, Jets-Browns game a few years back that we all thought was going to be absolutely horrendous on Thursday Night Football. And then it ended up being one of the biggest shootouts of the week. So correlation works in both directions. We get the good, we get the bad. And so we want to just correlate regardless and then hope we land on the good. The Tub trying to get a sneak in a reference to the dance, my NBA playoff best ball teams. I think they died out. They died out because we needed what did we need? A Pistons and Timberwolves in the semis, and that did not happen. But thank you for asking. Kiss My Third Leg is excited for Chris Rodriguez versus Bill. That is a very funny subplot or semi-revenge game. It's like a best ball revenge game from the C-Rod versus Bill wars. Josh Allen back game in Miami for home field advantage in the AFC. Yeah, obviously some of the playoff implications sometimes come into play for these as well. Zach asked, does Cleveland versus Indiana feel more enticing if I frame it as horseshoe versus duckfoot? I actually love that. Yeah, we got to punch some of these up. Horseshoe versus duckfoot starts to get the juices flowing a little bit here. LED says, I keep building way too much Pittsburgh, Tennessee stacks. Yeah, that is the thing about that one. The fact that it's so cheap is actually going to make that one that you probably end up stacking more than you would otherwise think, just based on the quality of the game. But when we're talking about this stuff, price matters too, right? How easily you can, accomplish these stacks, I think, is a big part of how you power rank these. Let's see here. What other thoughts do you guys have in the chat for this? Rams Bucks. Yeah, I think that one could be fun for sure. Nick likes Jags versus Commanders. Looks like multiple people like Jags versus Commanders. Dallas, Rams, Washington, team targets will be popular, says Go AZ Cards. Agree with that. Funky Jankets has some possible punch-ups. Eagles, 49ers, Hurts, Purdy, not bad. Texans, Packers, chili and cheese. That's good. Yeah, Puka Buka. Yes, I had wrote that in the Discord this morning. We were trying to figure out a better one than just Bucks versus Bucks there. All right, here's the deal. I have hopped in a draft. I tipped you guys off in the Discord ahead of time. If you guys want to join me, we are going to do our first solo draft with the benefit of the schedule. We need 10 more people for this Best Ball Mania draft. And then John Daigle will join us at 11 for another draft. Yeah, Rohan reminding us of that epic Jets-Browns game from a few years back where Brees and Njoku, he had that mini correlation, and boy, did that one work out. This is a good way to summarize the whole schedule and correlating thing here from Joey. My main thought, we think we know, but we don't really know. for sure. And I think understanding the extremes, these totals, above 50 are obviously more likely to be higher scoring. The totals down here are less likely. The thing I like to think about too, and why I care about the environment of the game, specifically the dome in the warm weather, is that is actually a factor we can control for. Of all the things, we can't account for injuries. We can't account for players climbing the depth chart, yada, yada. But we know for a fact that the Giants will be playing indoors at Dallas week 17. Now, maybe Kyle Shanahan will say we can't actually count on that because we just have to live one day at a time. But that is something that I want to lean into. If I am going to really put my thumb on the scale of correlating, I want to lean in to some of these dome environments where we know weather will not be an issue. So those dome games for week 17, Arizona versus Las Vegas, Atlanta versus New Orleans, Dallas versus the Giants, Kansas City at the Chargers. I think those are all of them there. All right, we are off to the races in Best Ball Mania draft. I believe this is my 26th Best Ball Mania draft. 26. So what? 1/6 of the way there to maxing BBM on stream here by May 18th. Seems like a good pace. Who do we got in this draft? Oh man, it's all the heavy hitters. Crutches, Eggers, Patrick Barnes, YouTube, Tricky's in here. Who else do we got? Nick's in here. We are all badged up. On the clock here, Christian McCaffrey, Justin Jefferson. We did so many Christian McCaffrey teams last week. On the Bash, we had 3 guests come on stream to draft with me. If you guys aren't familiar with the Bash, YouTube members are eligible to toss their name in a drawing. If your name comes up, you hop on stream and draft with me. All 3 of our guests selected Christian McCaffrey. I think we had 1/6, 1/7, and 1/8 for the draft slots. So today I'm going to start with Jonathan Taylor. I need a little CMC palate cleanser to start the morning. Jonathan Taylor, come on down. All right. Now, this is how we used to correlate. We'd go like this. You go, all right, I took Jonathan Taylor. Okay, let me see who the Colts play. All right, they play Cleveland. All right, what do I do? This is how the Davis Maddox star method started. And then you go Quinshon Judkins, Harold Fannin, Casey Concepcion, Dylan Sampson, Denzel Boston, Jerry Jeudy, Deshaun Watson, Shadur Sanders, and who knows, maybe Taylor Green. What if Isaiah Bond climbs the depth chart? Okay, good. All right, now I can do the rest of my draft. I have every Cleveland player in my queue. That's what we used to do back in the day. If you young kids are new to week 17 correlation, this is how it used to work. But we've evolved now. We've evolved. T Cage says, better to just wait till we get more news to play the Eliminator. No, I'm ready to blast off on the Eliminator. Now that we have the schedule, those bye weeks are some of the most crucial elements to successfully navigating that contest. And we're going to break it all down tomorrow on Off and On the Clock. We will have a show at noon Eastern. I will, refresh some of the strategy stuff from last year. I had made a video kind of looking at some strategy, and it was really cool to see how much of that early strategy guide was actually reflected in the winning lineup that Purple Yosh had. I think we're actually going to try to get Purple Yosh to hop on with us as well. All right, we're on the clock here. Solver likes Drake London. Let's do Drake London here. By ADP, you got Rashee Rice, Brock Bowers, Drake London. We'll grab Drake London here in the second round at pick 19. So we start Jonathan Taylor and Drake London. Nothing fancy there. You can see here over on the solver, it's going to keep tabs on this for you. You can see Team Indianapolis. You can see the week 15, 16, and 17 matchups there at Tennessee, Cincinnati, Cleveland. We got Atlanta now. They play at Washington week 15, home versus Tampa in 16, and then home versus the Saints in week 17. So that's a pretty nice schedule there for Atlanta. You look at the totals. The totals aren't quite as good as you would think, 45.5 and then 44.5. That probably just comes down to the sports books not being confident in what the quarterback situation is going to be, but getting those back-to-back dome games in 16 and 17 is pretty nice. Yeah, this is always another big question once the schedule's dropped is, are there going to actually be ADP movements because of the schedule. And this is where I think you could argue that people overreact to the schedule if we are really moving up players into different tiers. Kiss My Third Leg suggests we could start seeing Derrick Henry and Jamar Chase. Are you saying, no, you would have to mean Chase Brown. Yeah, Derrick Henry and Chase Brown. Yeah, to me, that would be an example of overdoing it if you're pulling up both Derrick Henry and Chase Brown. And then Hampton and Kenneth Walker, that would be a little more justifiable just because their ADPs are still in that range. But yeah, I think we'll start to see a little bit of that. The way I generally play it is if I am looking to get some combos like that, I am going to wait until later in the year or later in the drafting season because we just don't know how the ADPs are going to move there. All right, we are back on the clock here. I do think we could get a little, should we get a little correlation going in here? Should we get our first correlation? Let's do it. It's my first draft with this schedule. We're going to take Chris Olave. It was the top solver suggestion there, obviously boosted by my slider there, giving high week 17 importance, but we now get the Drake London and Chris Olave week 17 correlation there. And the solver also shouting out for us with a little number 1 there next to those matchups to know that we have that game stacked up. Go Easy Card says, if we knew CMC would be 100% healthy this season, would he be the 101 or the 103? That's a good question. Assuming full health for Christian McCaffrey for the full season, I think he'd have to be the 101. Maybe you could talk me into the 102, like if you want to argue. But again, the whole thing is health, right? Like every argument starts and ends for Christian McCaffrey with his health. So yeah, if you guarantee me 17 games of Christian McCaffrey, and I guess I'll add one more qualifier, you guarantee me 17 games with Brock Purdy at quarterback as well. Like there's no injury tomfoolery. Yeah, you got to take him 101. He's the best fantasy asset of our generation, a prolific pass catcher. Yeah, I think I'm taking CMC 101 if I know that. All right, we are back on the clock here in the 4th round. What do we want to do here? Ted Arroyo is the faller. Let's scoop this up. We talked about how we didn't love his week 17 matchup there with Seattle, but we are going to grab him here at pick 43. And so we start with Jonathan Taylor. We have Drake London and Chris Olave teeing off against each other in week 17. And then we grab Ted Arroyo McMillan at pick 43. I'll do it. Oh. Just a light value hound to start us off this morning. Too Much Brian, one of the contenders who competed in the challenge that will be unveiled today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys tune in for that, and then make sure you come back here to vote. You guys are going to have a big say in who advances and who doesn't. This is a critical vote. The people who are being put up for vote are all really close together. They all scored very similarly on this challenge, and we need you guys to break the ties. You guys are really going to get to decide who gets to advance, who you want to see more of in this competition. So basically the schedule will be Best Ball Breakfast until 2 p.m. That live premiere, I think it's an hour and 11 minutes. It's a big episode. We'll come back here at 3:15, and then we'll host that live vote. So it'll be an intense period there from debuting the episode, you guys digesting it, and then having to make a very quick decision, because then tomorrow we're announcing the next challenge. We're off to the races with the next challenge. So we need you guys to weigh in on which of these contenders are going to advance, and then we'll be off to the races. Nick's calling his shot, says James Cook and Devon Achane is this year's Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and CeeDee Lamb. For those of you who don't remember, I believe it was Best Ball Mania 4 when Fareed Shaheed won, and everyone showed up to the finals of the Best Ball contest with those two. They were both anchored to the the round 1-2 turn, and that Dallas-Detroit game went off. CeeDee and Amon-Ra went off. It was basically the textbook example of Week 17 correlation. So who knows? Maybe we recreate it again here with Knicks, James Cook, and Achane. Yeah, this is a good point from Tyler. If you're pulling up Henry and Brown, I guess my counter to it in Emo says, as mid-second round picks, do they really project that much differently? Let me make this pick, and then I think it's a fun conversation. Do we have Hendo falling here a little bit? I would prefer to get another running back. Let's just scoop up the Henderson at pick 54. He's been someone I'm a little lukewarm and hesitant on, but I think getting another running back here will be beneficial. So now we have Jonathan Taylor, Trevion Henderson, Drake London, Chris Olave, Teteroya McMillan. But I do want to talk about this with correlation. So one of the things that I think we have seen as the most tried and true correlations that really work are the players who can speed up the games. And oftentimes that involves a wide receiver. Sometimes the double running back thing is a tough needle to thread. We actually see this playing out in dailies too. Like you look at winning lineups in the BR streets, they rarely have two running backs from the same game because typically what happens is one team's controlling the ball. That running game is having a ton of success. And then the other team is trailing. They're not running as much. Maybe they're not scoring as many points. Can this needle be threaded? Absolutely. But I think it's a harder needle to thread with two running backs, specifically one like the big dog who doesn't catch a lot of passes. Now you need a very specific game set, right? Because if the Bengals crush, Derrick Henry is basically getting no burn in garbage time. So you've now narrowed your paths to that specific correlation hitting. I'd prefer to do it with at least one wide receiver or two wide receivers. And I'd also prefer to do it cheaply. That's the other thing. I am more focused on correlation as my draft progresses than I am at the top. And so a Chase Brown, Derrick Henry, I already know right away, that is not one I will go out of my way to do at all this summer. All right, this draft is ripping. We're back on the clock in the 6th here. Let's see. What do we want to do? You know what? I have not selected much Chuba Hubbard this year. Let's do a little Hawk Chuba here. Or actually, sorry, it's not Hawk Chuba. It's another Carolina. We'll grab our second Carolina player here to join Teteroya McMillan. So we have Jonathan Taylor, Trevion Henderson, Chuba Hubbard. I could have also taken Tyler Warren with the same thought process, but we're going to grab Chuba Hubbard as our third running back here. So like I was mentioning with the solver, so with this widget here, you can decide how you want to display your combo, first pick, last pick. You can pick exactly how you want to do that. And then you can toggle off. So I'm going to get rid of the Dachshund and I'm just going to show my best Ball Mania exposures and combos down here. And then the other thing I can do is say as the offseason starts progressing, I end up having a lot of Drake London and Chris Olave. Right now, I can actually see that I have one other team where I drafted both of those guys. And you can see on teams with Drake London and Chris Olave, I have Chris Godwin, I have Kyle Pitts, I have Baker Mayfield. So I can basically splice my portfolio down to these specific segments and then figure out, okay, is this a spot I want to double down on? Or do I want to make sure that every one of my Drake London and Chris Olave teams doesn't have Chris Godwin, for example? So that's one way you can use this combo tool to your advantage. And again, like I've said previously, it'll get more and more potent and I think applicable as you draft more teams, as your portfolio gets bigger and bigger. So we're about to pick here in the 7th. We have 3 running backs, 3 wide receivers. Interesting spot here. I've been cooling on Alec Pierce. We do have the Colts here. I think I'm going to grab Tucker Kraft. I'm going to grab Tucker Kraft here. We don't have any correlation stuff. He's just a player that I've been thinking about a lot more recently. I like him in this, quasi pseudo elite tight end tier. We'll grab Tucker Kraft here, just slightly ahead of ADP as our first tight end. Just a little vibes pick, a little treat for myself this morning. I forgot that Henry will be ripping 80-yard TDs and Chase will have 3 receiving TDs. Yeah, it's the game total certainly indicates that we can get a lot of fireworks from that game for sure. But I will say, if there's one piece of that, Derrick Henry on the road at Cincinnati, he's not getting younger, potential trailing game script. It could be a lot of Justice Hill. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're going to have to figure out a quarterback plan for this draft. We have Drake London, which makes it difficult. We have Chris Olave, so Shuck is always in play, and yet we know these naked Shuck drafters are insatiable. Ted Arroyo, so Bryce Young's in play, Tucker Kraft, Jaden Reed. Okay, so we have some outs here. Let's see, how do we want to play this? We could go Rico with Pitt. We could go Jordan Addison. Let's see. We can grab Jordan Addison. That's the top solver suggestion there. We'll grab Jordan Addison. They play the Jets in week 17. The only correlation we have so far is New Orleans, Atlanta in week 17, but that is all right. That is all right. Does Buffalo have the highest collective total across 3 weeks? That's a good question. I did not add these up, but let's take an eyeball at it. 51.5, 46.5, 47.5. It's got to be up there, right? But no, look at Dallas right here, man. Dallas is at 52.5 at the Rams, 51.5 versus the Jags, 49.5 versus the Giants. That has to be the highest. Yeah, I mean, that is a nutted playoff schedule. Like, if we're going to give one team the gold star, I mean, it's Dallas. It's 3 straight dome games, 3 games with totals over 49.5. It's the nuts, man. Dallas is the nutted schedule for sure. What about Chicago? Chicago's is close from a totals perspective, 41.5, 47.5, 49.5. The thing that dings Chicago is they're going to have 2 cold weather games, one at home versus Green Bay, one at home versus Detroit. I think that's still really good. I'm certainly a believer in Ben Johnson in this offense. I think they're going to be awesome. Jacob Sanderson had some hyperbolic praise for them on ADP chasing this week. So there's a lot of room for enthusiasm. But again, if I'm just being purely objective with the totals in the game environments, it's certainly Dallas over Chicago. All right, back on the clock here. I would like to start thinking about quarterback stuff. I'm just not going to get too hung up on ADP here. I'm going to take Jordan Love with Tucker Kraft. We're in this range here where we have, you have Bo Nix, you have Jared Goff, yada, yada. But I know I need to start grabbing these quarterbacks here before I get fully shut out. So let's go ahead and put our stamp. We already kind of reached on Tucker Kraft. Let's double down and correlate that with Jordan Love. So here's the squad so far. Jordan Love at quarterback, 3 running backs, Jonathan Taylor, Trevion Henderson, Chuba Hubbard, 4 wide receivers, Drake London, Chris Olave, Ted Arroyo McMillan, and Jordan Addison, and tight end Tucker Kraft. Who Hames likes the Saints schedule. New Orleans schedule, 45.5, 45.5, 44.5. So they have the 3 domes for sure. It really is just I think their opponents and these totals that keep them a tier above. But like I said, I'm in agreement with you. I want to be pretty agnostic on some of these matchups. And if you're going to give me 3 dome games there in a row with 0 weather concerns, that certainly would crack, I think, my top 5 if I started ranking all of these. Who is the nut low across these 3 weeks? I mean, let's see. Hang on, I got to make a pick here. All right, I'm not going to mess around here again, and I'm going to take Tyler Shuck. This is just slightly after ADP, but I'm going to stay aggressive here in this window. There's none of these players I feel like I have to have where I really want the quarterbacks to make this work. I'm obviously pretty invested now in this Saints and Falcons matchup in week 17. Don't really want to be in the business of taking Falcons quarterbacks right now. So Tyler Shuck becomes a pretty big priority on this team. He gives us our 2nd quarterback. But yeah, lowest across these. Let's see. Yeah, Cleveland is 40.5, 43.5, 43.5. That's pretty bad. Tennessee has a 47.5 to start and then 242.5. So that's not quite as bad. The Jets have to be pretty bad. 41.5, 41.5, 40.5. The Jets are the worst. I don't think there's one that can top the Jets there. Isn't nut low always Browns? I'm just looking at the game environments and the totals. And Cleveland has they have a dome game, or sorry, not a dome game, but they have Indianapolis and Baltimore. So Baltimore alone is going to push that total up. But you look at the Jets games. The Jets games are bleak. Arizona, New England, Minnesota. And 2 of them are at home in the Meadowlands in the winter. Strammy is in love with the Cardinals slop schedule for the playoffs. Yeah, at Jets isn't great, total of 41.5, but then you get dome versus the Falcons, or sorry, the Saints 44.5, home versus the Raiders 42.5. I think there's a lot of variance in some of these teams who have question marks at quarterback for sure. All right, we are about to be back on the clock. We have a 2-3-4-1. I'm going to chill on quarterback for this one. So we're looking at running back, wide receivers, and tight ends. Let's see. The solver wants me to take Khalil Shakir. We could get our second tight end here as well. There is not a click in the player pool that makes me feel less alive than Khalil Shakir. And yet I just did it at pick 126. Buffalo plays Miami in week 17. I kind of missed the window there for the running backs. I should have taken Gainwell. That was a mistake. I should have just taken Gainwell. He's kind of like the last of that tier. Tracy comes off the board. Rachaad White came off the board. I don't know why I didn't just take Gainwell there. Gainwell is my RB4. Would have made sense. Yuck. Jack says we don't care about game total. We care about team total. No, I mean, you want these, if you're correlating week 17 for a game, you want the game to go off. You want the team to be pushed for sure. I mean, we're literally talking about week 17 game stack. So yeah, I think game total is important. If you're just stacking a single team, then knowing some of those team totals are helpful for sure. Again, it's just a nice, neat way to summarize their quality of schedule at the end of the season. I don't think anyone should, over-index on that. All right. So we can kind of pick a quarterback thing here. We could start looking at quarterback buys as well. Let's do, All right. I ended up going with Daniel Jones. I was debating there between Bryce with Tetaroya and then Jonathan Taylor with Daniel Jones. Obviously, Bryce is the more 1v1 connection there. But I think I just prefer Daniel Jones. We were just talking about Carolina and their playoff schedule. I think you could go either way there, but decided to play the ADP game and grab Daniel Jones. Noah, how important would you say is correlating week 15 and 16? I don't think about it a ton. So if we look at the pod groups here, week 15 is 1 of 14. Week 16 is 1 of 12. And then we have a 667 seat final. So if we compare it to last year the final was smaller and the week 16 pod was bigger. It was 1 of 16 to advance. So I think week 16 was more important last year than it is this year. And week 17 is more important this year because the final is bigger by over 130 plus teams, or roughly 130 there, 539 to 667, I believe is the jump. So, looking at it, I think the 1 of 14 is a little tricky. Again, I'm not going out of my way. I do truly think it's the tiebreaker situation. And it's kind of why I like having the solver, because you can kind of just scan some of these matchups, week 15, week 16, and you can quickly see, hey, sure, I'll break a tie in favor of this one. I'm not at the point in my drafting this year where I could quickly make those decisions on the fly. I don't have the schedule in the draft board memorized well enough to do that. But as the season progresses, I think that's the light tiebreakers you can start to make there. All right. Solver has been suggesting Sadiq to me for a while. I do have the Jets there opposite Jordan Addison in Minnesota. We'll still probably end up with a third tight end here. I think Sadiq and Kraft is kind of volatile, but let's grab Sadiq here at 150. We'll grab our first rookie on this team. So Sam's roster last year, Michael asked how week 17 correlated was last year's winner. It had one of the textbook examples where you had the late round wide receiver, Luther Burden, who was scoring on big plays and speeding up the game for the Niners. And then you had Purdy and Kittle as part of his stack. So that was the week 17 element that I specifically remember from his matchup. But going back over the years, I'm pretty sure every single lineup has had some week 17 lever that really propelled it to victory. I always remember the Fareed one. He had that big Green Bay in Minnesota stack. Obviously the CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra. Kerrane's was heavily week 17 correlated. But my favorite correlations, if I am getting granular with it, it is the cheap wide receiver bring back with big playability who speeds that game up. 2 years ago, Marvin Mims, I believe it was week 16. Was it week 16 or 17 against Cincinnati, where you had Mims going nuts and that pushed the Bengals scoring a lot more? I think it was the Marvin Mims T. Higgins correlation that hit. Those big play wide receivers, that really is the core thesis of the play. All right, we have Tyler Shuck. I mentioned getting a third tight end. We're going to do Juwan Johnson here. He gives us the double stack with Tyler Shuck. He's a little bit past ADP here. I think he's a really nice option for us, both in that we get early season production from him while Kraft and Sadiq are maybe ramping up. And then if we get into a sweet week 17 game with Drake London opposite Olave, Shuck, and Juwan Johnson, maybe he can make some noise in that environment as well. So we got a 3-3-5-3. We are going to be selecting running backs and wide receivers the rest of the way. We have Jordan Love, Tyler Shuck, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Trevion Henderson, Chuba Hubbard, Drake London, Chris Olave, Tedaroya McMillan, Jordan Addison, Khalil Shakir, Tucker Kraft, Kenyon Sadiq, and Juwan Johnson. Appreciate everybody hanging out right now. Almost 500 people watching live. If you guys are new here, please do subscribe. This show runs every Monday morning. It will not be running next Monday. It is Memorial Day. I need to figure out my schedule. I might flex Best Ball Breakfast to Tuesday. Maybe we get the Badge Bros and Off and On the Clock folded into the lineup. I'll figure it out. But typically, every Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, solo draft, Adam Levitan, Sam Sherman, defending BBM champ, Pat Kerrane, BBM 2 champ. It's a great lineup. And we also have on Tuesdays, every Tuesday, Off and On the Clock with the Badge Bros. We're going to be focusing on all of the side contests, the non-Best Ball Mania contests. And tomorrow we are going to have Eliminator strategy talk for you guys. Let's see what we're going to do here at 15-6. Like I said, I'm toggling off quarterback and tight end. Jordan Love, Tyler Shuck, Daniel Jones. Indiana, we're looking at Cleveland. Opposite, Tyler Shuck, we already have Atlanta. Green Bay is Houston. We are on the clock. I kind of like Tank Bigsby as, again, one of these running backs where I actually feel good about their role on the depth chart. Otherwise, we're in the Nicholas Singleton, Kamara, Mike Washington, Katron Allen. Let's go ahead and grab Tank Bigsby here as our fourth running back. Joey asks, Pete, is there a chance BBM fills the earliest it ever has? Feel like drafting is taking place sooner and heavier than ever. Might just be our bubble, though. This will be a talking point that comes up multiple times throughout the year. It always does. You have to realize that underdog can control the pace of BBM filling however much they want. If it's going too fast, then they can drop other contests. They can drop promos for other contests. They can direct and shepherd the player pool in what direction they want to go. Underdog has always operated under the premise of wanting Best Ball Mania to be open for the duration of the summer and fill relatively close to the start of the season. Obviously, it will never be an exact science. It will always be a little bit of a moving target, give or take, 3 or 4 days. But ultimately, Underdog can control when it fills. And I will continue to work under the assumption that it will fill very close to the start of the season. M. Stockton reminding us that Sam also had a Shuck Olave with the Titans bring back. That is right. Yeah, Tony Pollard, I believe, right? All right. What do we want to do here? Who do we want to draft? I've been doing some Tank Dell. Let's do a little Tank Dell as our bring back. Again, we're talking about what kind of bringbacks actually make sense. Jordan Love and Tucker Kraft. It is a game that doesn't have the juiciest total, but again, we're going to correlate indiscriminately here. And if Jordan Love is getting pushed, maybe Tank Dell is hitting on some of those big plays there. So we add Tank Dell as our 6th wide receiver. We have Tank Bigsby as our 4th running back. We have 2 more picks, probably another running back and another wide receiver here. Who is this year's Ertz Allgeier? For people who don't know, Ertz Allgeier, I think this was right after the Week 17 Is All That Matter video came out. And, the community and our group of sickos were all in on it. And Davis Maddock went on the Underdog show with Hayden and Josh, and they were doing a draft. And Davis suggested, I forget who he was pulling up, if he was pulling up Ertz or pulling up Allgeier to correlate those two, because the Cardinals and Falcons, I think, played in Week 17. And Josh Norris was so disgusted by the implication that a pick would be made because of a Week 17 matchup between a dusty-ass tight end and a backup running back. That was the real inflection moment for Week 17. But yeah, who is this year's Ertz Allgeier? An entirely unnecessary, forced, gross correlation that probably means nothing, but still is technically correlation. It has to be 2 players going late. Who's super dusty? Let's think on it. You guys have ideas on this one? What's the Jets? It'd be like Braylon Allen and TJ Hawkinson. There it is. Braylon Allen and TJ Hawkinson is this year's Ertz and Allgeier. I found it. Speaking of Braylon Allen, let's do it. Should we do it? The solver's suggesting Kamara. I guess we do have that angle. Kamara for Week 17 purposes feels pretty flimsy to me. But we also still need bodies in this running back room. He falls 18 picks past ADP. We already have this Tyler Shuck thing. Let's go ahead and just do it. Let's say Kamara sticks around, catches some balls, scores a touchdown in the playoffs for us. Thank you, Index. Yes, can we please get some likes on this stream? Pete, would you rather a best ball breakfast or bash win BBM? Well, let's talk through the levels. So if it's a best ball breakfast solo draft, then I don't have to split the money. So that's an easy answer. Obviously that. But now if you're asking, would I rather win with Kerrane or Sam Sherman or a guest from the bash? Obviously the bash. Those guys already won. Those guys already have their millions. I would much rather split with a guest from the bash. So that's my hierarchy. Peter solo win, bash guest, best ball breakfast guest. There it is. I don't know if you said this before me or after, but yeah, what if Hawkinson and Braylon Allen is what you need? All right, final pick here. We're going to do a wide receiver. Do we have anything fun we can do here? Indianapolis opposite Cleveland. Let's just do a second Carolina wide receiver. Let's take Brazel. Little razzle dazzle to finish out. You know, I think in hindsight, knowing that I went Brazel, I probably wish I could flip Daniel Jones to Bryce Young, but it is what it is. It's not bad to have those secondary stacks. You're only going to end up with 3 quarterbacks in most situations. Let's see how we did. Let's recap this team. Let's see what correlations we got. Our first Best Ball Mania draft after the schedule was released. Jordan Love, Tyler Shuck, Daniel Jones at quarterback. Jonathan Taylor, Trevion Henderson, Chuba Hubbard, Tank Bigsby, Alvin Kamara at running back. Drake London, Chris Olave, Tedaroya McMillan, Jordan Addison, Khalil Shakir, Tank Dell, Chris Brazel, I keep messing that up. At wide receiver, Tucker Kraft, Kenyon Sadiq, and Jawan Johnson at tight end. Looking at our correlations here, we have a little Green Bay stack and a bring back. So we have the Love to Kraft with the Tank Dell bring back. We have the big New Orleans stack. We have quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, plus the Drake London. The Jets, we have a little mini correlation between Addison and Sadiq. I like that. So yeah, this is a decent amount of week 16 correlation. We have some week 16 as well. We'll have Sadiq opposite Henderson. We will have Bigsby and Tank Dell. And then somehow no week 15 correlation. I feel like that's hard to do. That is one of the things about correlating is if you can go and look back on some of your teams that you've already drafted, and you will be surprised at how much natural correlation you just stumble into. You know, when you're drafting 18 players, it's going to happen. Judy is dust. I tend to agree. That'll be a good conversation to have with some of the projection bros coming up, because the solver has been suggesting Bash has been suggesting Judy. And I've had a really hard time trusting the projection on that one. We have other suggestions for this year's Tyler Allgeier and Zach Ertz. Woo Benny says Dowdle and Helm. Yoshi Voss and Bateman. Ray Davis and Dulcich. This one's even too disgusting. Like Ertz and Allgeier were actually relevant players. Kamara and Jahan Dotson it's taking it too far. Gesicki, Bateman. Does Peter Overs at Industry send a 1099 if a Bash guest gets 1 million for winning BBM? Absolutely. Absolutely. I am no stranger to sending 1099s to my contributors. All right, let's name this team here. The date is 5/18. BBB solo. A classic. What was it? 3573. And we'll give it a little New Orleans, Atlanta name there. Yeah, I think that the picks that I would like back, certainly Shakir. I would love to flip Shakir to Gainwell. If I flip Shakir to Gainwell, then I can take another wide receiver when I took Kamara instead. You know, pick 198, I take Kamara. That could have been, I could have done another one of these rookies. I could have double bring back with Jalen Knoll. I could have done like a Zachariah Branch, a double bring back with London. 80 Mitchell, another Jet. I think that was the spot I didn't like. Getting that fourth running back with a pulse behind Taylor, Henderson, and Chuba, I think was the move. But other than that, not too bad. Not too bad. Index of suspicion. You're really surprised that I would send a 1099. Do you realize what you're implying? You're saying that I should win. Let's say I win $1 million and I have a tax bill of $300,000. And you're saying I should pay $300,000 in taxes and send $500,000 to the person on stream? I don't know about that, buddy. I don't know about that. Yeah, Crutches wants me to eat his tax bill. Yeah, let me lose money on winning $1 million. But yeah, if that revelation ruins the bash for you, I understand if you need to cancel your YouTube membership. I can only be so generous. Let's see here. Let's memorize. Let's go through some of the mnemonics here before Daigle hops on. So the Arizona versus Las Vegas, the elite tight end showdown, that's pretty easy to memorize. I like that. You know, Bowers, McBride. Atlanta versus New Orleans, London versus the French Quarter. Get a little European. I tend to like the ones that have player names in them because I think of the player and then immediately can remember the second part. London, French Quarter. I think I got that. Baltimore, Cincinnati's good. Big dog versus cats. Dog versus cats. Big dog versus cats. Buffalo, Miami. Allen versus Achan. Simple. Hawk Chuba is a good one. That's a tried and true one. Hawk Chuba rematch. Ben Johnson Bowl is good. You immediately remember both Chicago and Detroit. Best pure runner since Nick Chubb is a funny inside joke. It's a little difficult as a mnemonic just because Nick Chubb is no longer on the Browns. I like the, what was the Zach one? I think we need to punch this one up. Horseshoe versus Duckfoot. I'm changing that one in my head. Horseshoe versus Duckfoot. I missed this comment before, but Joey said great video ranking the strategies with Levitin and Herzig. Yeah, if they, obviously we kind of get in the weeds on Best Ball Breakfast. We go from 0 to 60 very fast. If you want kind of a primer on just the macro ADP landscape and how the structural drafting strategies fit this year, I did a show with Adam Levitan and Justin Herzig on the ETR channel, and we basically ranked the structural strategies specifically for this year's ADP landscape. So that's a really good place to start if you are looking for an entry point into the 2026 world of best ball. We also have a couple new YouTube members today. Christopher 1367, Perfectly Cromulent. A few different things you get with the YouTube membership. Obviously, access to the bash, where I will force you to pay taxes after we win Best Ball Mania. But any YouTube member is eligible to toss their name into the chat and jump on stream and draft teams with me. If you're at the upper tier of the YouTube memberships, the Best Ball Value Hounds tier, that'll get you access to the channel in the Discord when I tip people off on drafting. It will also get you access to all of the After Dark shows. So I've actually been doing the After Darks early in the week lately. One, because I'm going to be traveling this week, and two, because I want to talk through and react to what everyone thinks about this episode of So You Think You Can Tout. And I'm going to have my buddy Mike Zakarian, who's been following the contest closely. He's going to hop on After Dark with me. So if you are a YouTube member at that tier, you get access to the entire archives and future episodes of After Dark there. So take advantage of that premium content with your membership. All right. Yeah, membership doesn't include a tax shelter. I know. It's tough. What were some of these other mnemonics? Dak versus Dart. I like that one just because it's player name and simple. Vrabel joins the Mile High Club. Pretty good. I think I'll just remember this one as conference championship rematch. But yeah, Vrabel joins the Mile High Club is punchier. Brisket versus Bratwurst. I don't know about that one. That one's tougher for me to get around. I get it. Houston barbecue, but Green Bay is so much more synonymous with cheese. We might have to do a better one for Green Bay Houston. Does anyone have a good Green Bay Houston? I'm thinking something with cheese, Swiss. Tank Dell's name is always so punnable. Is there something there? Farmer in the Dell, cheese farmer in the Dell. I don't know. Got to work on it. Chris Rodriguez revenge game is good. Jacksonville, Washington. I helped Pat with this one. 2 MVPs versus 1 MVP vote. The Mahomes versus Herbert, of course, referencing the the Pro Football Focus guy who gave Justin Herbert one MVP vote. I'm rolling with Igbuka Puka here for Tampa Bay versus the Rams. Puka Igbuka. There you go. Jettas at Jets. That was from someone on Twitter. That's a really simple ones there. What did we have last year? What was it was something on a plane? I forget. But we have our guest of honor here ready to join us. It's none other than John Daigle. John, we've been just looking at some of the schedule here. How you doing?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. This is my first draft since the schedule came out. So I'm really trying to get my bearings here and figure it out on the fly.
I did a couple on other sites over the weekend, but I have not done a BBM just yet with the schedule. So this will be fun to do it together.
Yeah, I appreciate you filling in here for Levitan today. Have you been drafting much so far this year?
A little bit, not so much on underdog just yet because I have been waiting for the schedule, but I have been knocking out some of my others on DraftKings and then give it about a month. And I'll be on other sites for like season long drafts as well. Wrapping up our best ball package this week for the rest of our tiers, like a drafters and everything post schedule. So that's kind of what I've been working on instead of drafting, but I'll be back in on it this week.
Nice. What about the schedule? Did you have any initial thoughts? I want to say, have you put out your thread? I always think of you. Don't you always put out like your bye week thread every year?
I do, but then I did not this year because the sites have gotten better at adjusting immediately and putting out the bye week. So it really didn't seem like it was going to help anyone now in the year of our Lord Claude 2026.
Wow. AI is already, we're worried about them taking away our jobs, but what they take away first is our threads ideas.
is our VLOOKUPs. And then they come for our jobs after that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Are you are streaming every Monday morning with Levitan and 2 others? Or are you always going to do 3 drafts?
Yeah, I always do 4. I do a solo, one with Levitan, one with Sam Sherman, one with Kerrane.
It's just so much. I'm so proud of you.
You're proud of me? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Do you have
I'm tired just listening about it. Also, I love that Davis created his own idea and doing the same exact thing just an hour later than you.
What is he doing?
Yeah, I think Davis is streaming 3 times or doing 3 drafts today too.
Many such cases. Did you have any thoughts on the schedule though? Anything that jumped out to you that was actionable?
Not too many. I do think the Lions outdoor games, despite having like a full season of regular, like one of the easiest schedules in the league. We also knew Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield, the touchdown regression just by pure touchdown rate was going to happen last year. Baker Mayfield and Emeka Egbuka had quite a few things happen and that they were both injured, not to mention then that high touchdown rate. But overall, then Jared Goff gets to the fantasy best ball playoffs and he has 2 outdoor games against Chicago and Green Bay. So that's really interesting despite the easy regular season schedule.
Do you have any, we were kind of debating in the chat, obviously having the macro discussion about how much to weight these playoff schedules. I do have the totals pulled in here and there's some interesting ones where, people were talking about, say, New Orleans, playoff schedule where they have 3 dome games, but the totals aren't that great. They're middling totals. Do you gravitate to something like that? Or do you gravitate to like the Chicago where they have some high totals, but they're also playing in your backyard, late December, January, how cold and, inhospitable that can be.
Well, Chicago still put up good numbers in the winter last month too. The thing is, we have been debating all weekend long, like what to do with the Bears projections, because right now, if we all had our way, they would be projecting as if they were the 49er, or they would be projecting as if they were the greatest show on turf, the Rams, because then we'd have Colston Loveland, Luther Burden. We'd raise Roma Dunze's projection as well. And Caleb Williams would be, even based on ADP, like a top 6 quarterback, when that's just not the case. So I think it's just really hard to get the Bears right now. We're bullish on DeAndre Swift. I'm sure we'll talk about it in this draft too, but there always comes that point in drafts where you kind of have to decide, are you going to reach for a running back by the 2nd or 3rd round, or are you going to be content with one of David Montgomery, Bashal Tootin, or Swift as your RB1, and then just like filling out the rest of your room with darts that could get touches, but they have to have an injury happen ahead of them. So right now we're really just kind of get all that right. And then in terms of totals, I don't think I care so much about that, given that they're still, months and months away. I still look at just the changes in the offseason and free agency and what teams added defense, what some big losses were, and then go from there based on thinking I can get ahead of what the market is not seeing in some totals. Because New Orleans' schedule is one of the easiest in the entire league. Like New Orleans offense in general, that's a scheme that elevated Devon Vele for some reason for a month, was a top 36 wide receiver. Rashid Shaheed was usable until he became more of a special teams guy with Seattle. So Jordan Tyson just kind of goes into that role. Juwan Johnson has a successful year. We expect him to build in year 2. So I still want to be very high on Tyler Shuck in New Orleans, despite the market not suggesting so in the playoffs. And Tyler Shuck's ADP is really odd because he, for whatever reason, because he wasn't this in college, proved to be a rushing quarterback, played well above his head last year, but now we're talking about an easier schedule, 2nd year under Kellen Moore, and his ADP is like in the back end of a QB2, low-end QB2, basically. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah, he's QB 19.
Crazy.
And in previous years, QB 19 would even be lower than this. It's just all the quarterbacks are pushed up, so he does go at 112 still.
Yeah, the back end is still really nice. Again, it's a little bit easier. Does Underdog sponsors this, right? So I shouldn't say any other sites.
You could. I just mentioned that the solver's live for DK, the combo tool. Say what you need to say, Dave.
No, just the markets are different. Obviously, but it's much easier to wait on that. Your QB1 and the back end of QB2, then grab 3 of them on DraftKings, just because it's the one QB format where you get bonuses. But it's important to note the other sites because Underdog, you do not get the bonuses. So you are, battling the public consensus of also trying to grab that quarterback before you're suddenly looking up and you're stuck with Cam Ward and Aaron Rodgers every single draft.
Which, by the way, that's like our one piece of news we got over the weekend. We do finally have Rodgers confirmed to the Steelers.
I mean, we figured as much.
Yeah. And I would say like the ETR ranks have been high on the Steelers relative to the market, specifically the passing game.
They still are. They are still very high on DK, Michael Pittman, Jeremy Bernard, Aaron Rodgers, and Pat Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth is the one I kind of always end up with. I don't know. I need to launch that missile into the ETR Slack and see what's going on. I know they're very high on the 11 personnel with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. My concern is that I'm not sure it matters. Like there is a wide receiver who's going to eat underneath. It's probably Michael Pittman, but there's a reason why Rodgers led the league in targeting his running backs last year. There's a reason why Kenneth Gainwell had his career high target share and points per game for fantasy. And it's not just because Kenneth Gainwell broke out. It's because Aaron Rodgers is terrified to take hits. So he dumps the ball off and gets rid of the ball literally at the quickest time from snap to throw. So does 11 personnel change that at all? I don't think so. I think it's just still dump offs and screens. So I'm still kind of worried about the ceiling projection for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers passing game, but they all fall so late. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's hard to find cheap quarterback points that you can bank on in this landscape. And so Rodgers does stand out. We have the 103, so you get to choose your own adventure with these wide receivers or something spicier. Chase, Puka, JSN, Jonathan Taylor, CMC. What do you like?
It's very easily Puka for me every time. Puka's also my 101 on a full PPR site, wherever you're drafting best ball over the running backs. Like I get it, but Puka's still shown the ceiling every single week. He mirrored Jackson Smith-Njigba's target share last year, and there was only 3 receivers in the entire league who had a 30% target share, which is why these 3 guys are bumped up into this tier. So, Puka to me is always just the receiver 101. Even when, We were yelling in the Slack last year with Wiggins about Jamar Chase should be 101 after the Joe Flacco trade. Jack Smith-Njigba was pacing for 2,000 receiving yards. I think it was still very clear, and I argued it on a couple shows, that Puka's is still like our king, given that Sean McVay schemes him exactly how we would want one of the best receivers in the league to be schemed. And I feel like he wasn't being drafted as such as the wide receiver 1 and mixed in this little tier only because he had the off-field streaming issues, but those seem to at least subsided a little bit the past month.
Right. That was, he's out here biting people. But if we've learned anything from the NFL, you basically have to murder someone on live television to get in trouble. So I think him biting will be fine. That said, I think that the main arguments against Puka, and I don't think anyone's arguing that he shouldn't be a top 5 pick, more just like if you're going to take him over Chase, would be, hey, Devontae Adams chewed up a ton of that goal line touchdown equity last year. We also saw him have some random spurts where he was not getting as many snaps because of, the robust tight end personnel usage they were doing. So there were like some weird quirks, but when he is on the field, he earns targets at such an absurd rate.
Absurd. Yeah. So he's my favorite wide receiver of that bunch. But if I have the 101 and 102, it's just the case of, for a portfolio, Bijan and Gibbs never fall beyond those 2 spots. So I'm just taking one of them. Usually Gibbs, even though like we're all talking as if Gibbs, it's impossible for him to fail without David Montgomery, when like literally the last month of the season, Gibbs already failed. He showed us that he can finish outside the top 12 running backs because the Detroit offensive line fell apart entirely and didn't open up any holes for him. They have made some improvements, including in the draft at that position. So I'm hoping the trenches are better this year.
All right, we're about to pick at 210. We start with Puka on the clock here by ADP. Jeremiah Love, Neighbors, McBride, Pickens, Nico, Solver, and ETR like McBride, Nico, and Jeremiah Love. Who does John Daigle like?
Yeah, I would say McBride or Love if you want to grab the running back. But what are you feeling?
I like going, we can go McBride here. I feel like this is legitimately a tough range of the draft where none of these guys scream to me as like the top selection.
No, I like Love a lot, but after the schedule release, I guess that's another one. The Cardinals somehow, I think it's because of their division, playing 6 games there, but the Cardinals, even their like offset random games, they have the toughest schedule in the league by a mile. And so it's a pretty tough run out, even for the high draft capital that Jeremiah Love got, not to mention Tyler Allgeier likely poaching touchdowns similar to playing behind Bijan Robinson last year.
So Nico, AJ Brown, Josh Allen, Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, Devontae Smith, Olave, top options by ADP.
The thing is, it's probably AJ Brown. It's probably AJ Brown.
All right, got it.
Again, we're doing this issue I talked about in that, in not having a running back now through the first 3 rounds, we're kind of putting ourselves in a position we're going to end up with David Montgomery or Bashal Tutin as our RB1, and you're going to like it.
You've always been a big 0 RB, bro. You have very low testosterone. You are in your wheelhouse with this build, right, John?
I don't like the market nowadays. I probably should have caught on more last year. And I think Saquon Barkley is the best 2nd round pick we're going to have all season long. All he's doing is trading outlooks with Christian McCaffrey from last year. Like we have McCaffrey coming off 400 plus touches, Saquon Barkley, everyone who didn't know anything about offensive line, then came out at the end of the year and started talking about how Saquon Barkley's offensive line was the reason why his explosiveness failed. I think it was just because of the touches, the same thing McCaffrey's going through, except their ADPs have swapped and that now you can get Saquon Barkley in the beginning of the 2nd round every time. So I take him there every time thinking he's going to be like the 106 of 2027.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, this part of the 1-2 turn is interesting. And we were kind of talking about it before. People are going to start pulling up, say Chase Brown and Derrick Henry together. Is this James Cook, Achane going to be our generation CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra, where people are playing for that week 17 Bills Miami game? There are a lot of different ways you can now go in this range.
And I still think Achane is a pretty bad pick at the 1st, 2nd round turn. He's more like a mid-2nd rounder, given the outlook of that offense. The contract certainly helps, shows that they have confidence in him too. But it's going to be an entirely different offense that we don't know if they'll dump down and have such a low ADOT that they did with Tua that entire time and Mike McDaniel. And we're adding a rushing quarterback all of a sudden. So what does that look like around Achane as well, siphoning carries from him? So I'm a bit concerned about Achane at ADP.
I can't get a comment like this in the chat and not follow up. Coakley says, glad you survived the weekend, Daigle.
Yeah.
What were you doing this weekend that required surviving?
So Coakley called me and was like, hey, Chris Jericho's band is playing in the burbs. Can I stay with you? And do you want to go to the show? I was like, yes, of course. And it's like an hour and a half away. And so like we Ubered out there, understanding the scenario. And then we get there and like we take a little tour. We get some guest passes, some like all VIP passes. Then Coakley is filming the entire concert, like going backstage, going around the theater. I'm just sitting there having drinks, enjoying myself at the concert. And then afterwards, Jericho, they ask us if they want to come out with them, like to downtown. It's like, yes. And
That's
next thing you know, we're getting home at 4:30 in the morning. I'm 38 years old, Pete. Like I cannot do this anymore. Get home at 4:30 in the morning. Rob drinks like 3 times a year. Like I'm in Chicago, single. 5 nights a week to have social life is totally fine by me, but Rob does not do that. And so the next day we just absolutely hated ourselves. But there's a good photo on Twitter of us with Chris Jericho and the band hanging out afterwards.
That's incredible. I'll pull that up here after we make these picks. We're about to be on the clock at 4:10. We have Puka and AJ Brown. We have Trey McBride at tight end. We do have some running backs on the board here via ADP.
I think we go Bucky just for the sake of it.
He got sniped. He just went to crutches.
But
there's Scatabo, Hendo, Montgomery. What do you like?
I am a Montgomery guy, unfortunately.
I like him too, man.
Yeah, and we're going to have a couple of these. Well, I say this. I'm hoping a couple of these wide receivers come back to us. That's my thing, too, is that's why I've been a little more comfortable reaching, quote unquote, reaching on running back in rounds 2 and 3 and like taking ETN or someone ahead of the pack, because this upcoming tier of wide receivers like are also all probably going to be in the, the Drake London tier of guys. Like Terry McLaurin, very clear for a bounce back year after career high target share 2 years ago from Jaden Daniels, assuming they're both at full strength. No more Deebo Samuel there as well. We can get rid of Malik Neighbors. Like we're even very bearish on Malik Neighbors, given the injury news that we're probably going to not see him for the first month of the year. Devontae Adams is great there. Mike Evans, Luther Burden is everyone's favorite. The list goes on, but that tier of wide receivers is incredible. I like I like Devontae and then Terry McLaurin.
Devontae here, the pick.
Yeah.
Stack up, head down the path of the Rams double. All right, let's do it. So
Stafford coming off a career high touchdown rate. What could go wrong?
Yeah, and we can just do a little plotting. Stafford has an ADP of 104. Our picks are 99 or 94, 99, and 118. So it probably will have to be at 99. Or we say, hey, we have both of these guys. Can you push Stafford 14 picks past ADP and get him if you have Puka and Adams? So that'll be an interesting decision.
There's also a comment here in the chat about, because I came into the best ball season also concerned about this, that McBride only great with Brissett. No other, QB has made him an early round tight end value. The thing is, last year, I know it's easy to say this with confidence in hindsight, but it's the same argument I made last year. And that, remember, Brock Bowers' ADP was 109 to 112. Trey McBride was 210 to 212. And that's a big difference when you're talking with a tight end 1. Since in the last decade, the only tight end ever, the tight end 1 to average more than 2 points per game than the tight end 2 in a season has been Travis Kelce multiple times. But that's the only player. And so it was very obvious to just push back against Brock Bowers going around early, suggesting McBride is going to keep it close. And so McBride is the better value. This year, McBride and Bowers are so close that I think you could just draft either one at that second, third round turn and be happy with it. If McBride, because of last year's results, was at the first, second round turn, he'd be a bad pick and Bowers would be the better pick. But they're honestly just flat given their ADPs.
And just to confirm though, the Bowers pick 100 price, that was his rookie year. That was 2 years ago. Last year he was priced up.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, last year. Yeah.
Okay, I have acquired the picture of you out on the town here. I assume this is before things got really wild for you here.
I got a great smile, but no, actually, I shouldn't have a great smile because I'm pretty bumpy at that point of the night.
Looks like a good time.
It was a fun time.
All right, so here's our squad so far. We started with Puka and Trey McBride, came back and snagged AJ Brown there in the third, and then grabbed David Montgomery in the fourth, and then Devontae Adams, our third wide receiver here in the fifth. And now we're setting up our selection at the end of the sixth round.
Probably looking at adding running backs, but again, maybe we just treat David Montgomery as a hero, depending on who else falls to us. Despite the quarterback conversation is interesting because despite all of them being pushed up, the elites, like the top six, because there's 6 elites this year, including Joe Burrow, pretty easy to grab. And funny that Caleb Williams' ADP is usually in the first 6, and it's like the last 2 seasons, the top 5 quarterbacks in points per game have all either averaged 4 rushing points or thrown for 40 touchdowns. Caleb Williams hasn't done that in either year so far.
Do you want to try to do the AJ Brown, Drake May stack? Do you want to grab a running back like Jalen Warren or Tony Pollard? How do you want to play this?
I'm cool with trying to set this up as a 2 QB build. So we go Drake May and Matthew Stafford later.
Yeah. Let's grab Drake May here right at ADP. I don't think there's really anyone drafting at this point who doesn't think he's a New England Patriot. What percentage do you assign to it? The likelihood at this point?
99%. I know we think on these decisions, like you're drafting 7 times a day. We think about these things too much because we're bored at this time of the year. And so it is just always best to just not react in May as opposed to trying to overreact. And I'm just going to assume for the next month of my life, 99% chance AJ Brown's a Patriot.
So running backs would be Pollard or Jalen Warren. The wide receivers would be Alec Pierce, Metcalf. What do you want to do here? We're on the clock at 7-3.
The running back I wanted got sniped. I was going to say Ramondre.
Ooh. We can go wide receiver or grab another running back here.
I'd probably say DK over Pierce.
Okay. Let me see. Ah, crap. I didn't get it in time. My bad. Okay. I was trying to update the queue.
Do we get Pierce via the rankings?
No, we got Jalen Warren as our second running back. I knew you wanted Pittsburgh. Honestly, though, it might be a blessing in disguise because a running back, I think, based on how the running back position goes here over the next couple rounds, it gets bleak fast.
And it gives us, if we get sniped on Stafford, like obviously Devontae Adams and Puka are fine, are amazing standalone values. Both of them have a high chance to lead the league in touchdown catches. So we can always just backdoor Aaron Rodgers. Again, it's going to be unfortunate because I don't want to. I'm going to end up with so many, I missed the cliff. I'm going to backdoor Pittsburgh stack like at every single draft, unfortunately.
Also, I knew this moment would come. I didn't know when exactly in today's stream it would come, but the bye week bros are finally here, and they correctly are pointing out,
you know what?
Drake May and Stafford in week 11 could be tough.
When I said it, I was like, wait, this is Pete and I's first draft with the bye weeks. I haven't thought through this just yet. All right, so we're backdooring potentially Aaron Rodgers.
I do think you could do, even though we spent decent capital on May, I think a quarterback room of May, Stafford, Rodgers would be perfectly fine if Rodgers remains decently cheap.
And I'm pretty sure he will. I highly doubt we're going to see, Drew Aller at any point.
God, I hope not. Yeah.
Best report of the offseason so far, though, that they are making him forget everything he ever learned at Penn State. So we're just going to, all those things you were bad at doing, we're just going to reset you entirely. You might not even be a quarterback in a month. We'll find out.
I mean, we could have some really bleak, we could have Carson Beck, who's the Jets rookie, Klubnik or whatever.
Klubnik. Yeah.
Klubnik, Aller.
We are going to see, dude, my rookie drafts. I have so much fucking Carson Beck because it's like he's going to score points for Ty Simpson and they're not going to be good. I understand that, but Tyler Shuck was not supposed to be good. So who knows? Let me just close my eyes. And in the worst rookie drafts of all time, let me just take this quarterback in a super flex rookie draft that might work out.
Yep.
Carson
all right,
Beck is not good.
We got a 1, 2, 3, 1. We are about to pick at 8, 10. I'll just read off what's here by ADP. Michael Wilson, Monangai, Mahomes, Blake Corum, Brock Purdy, Laporta, Josh Downs, Bo Nix, Ricky Pearsall. That's the range of the draft we're in. We have a 1, 2, 3, 1 here. I don't think there's anything we really want to do at quarterback or tight end. So we're looking at running backs and wide receivers here.
It's pretty bleak. I like Ricky Pearsall bounce back.
Yep.
Especially because I'm not too concerned about a Stribling. Then I also like J.K. Dobbins because the Broncos hate R.J. Harvey. And I'm sure Jonah Coleman actually probably will have some scoreable weeks, but they trusted J.K. Dobbins off an injury last year, and that's who they rode. So J.K. Dobbins will probably have some ugly weeks like David Montgomery.
I think these running backs fly off the shelves a little faster here. So let's grab Dobbins, and then Pearsall might still be here. And I think it's kind of a close tier with Golden, Pittman, Worthy, etc.
Yeah, I'm back in as like I like Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt as well.
Okay.
JJ has always done studies in his season-long guide about middling ADPs. And then just rather than like waiting when these running backs are backed up in value, taking like the first one in that log jam of ADP, and Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt's the first in that log jam of Rashad White.
Do you want him or Pearsall?
Pearsall.
Okay.
Do we need Pearsall? Okay, that's okay. Does this build need Pearsall or Croskey? Probably Pearsall still.
I will say we've landed on some week 17 correlations. We now have Dobbins opposite our Drake May and AJ Brown stack. We have the solver is giving us AJ Brown Pearsall correlation, but regardless, we're going to have some AJ Brown correlation there. So yeah, this is the team so far. Drake May, we have David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, J.K. Dobbins. I do think prioritizing another running back there was important. Puka, AJ Brown, Devontae, Ricky Pearsall, Trey McBride at tight end so far.
Yeah, we got some good correlation.
There's some haters in the chat. This guy is on the floor crying, laughing at our running back room. What do you say to this hater, Scorpion McScorp?
Again, this is the cost. And I like doing these kind of drafts where everyone can see it's not a mistake. I don't think this team is terrible, but you can see what happens, the conclusion, whenever you have an early tight end that we draft McBride and get away from running backs and wide receivers, or wait on running back. This is a good example of what happens in drafts, because then you're stuck with this kind of room. And I think we get usable scores out of this room, but yeah, it's not the ceiling that you would think in the first 2 rounds.
Bindles flexing his membership badge, says Daigle knows ball.
The great Bindles.
Agree. Yeah, also gifted a membership. Thank you, Bindles. Always generous. Be sure to thank Bindles if you received his gifted membership. Go AZ Cards wants to know if you've been following So You Think You Can Tout, and if so, do you have any favorites or sleepers?
I hate that I got put on the spotlight here. I have not been following as closely as I should. I know I'm such an asshole, Fred. I love any overzet bit that does not include football, because you didn't pay me to say this. I think you're genuinely the most talented person in the industry. You're so good at many things that I should be watching more of. So You Think You Can Tout. I will get around to it. I promise you. I just have not the past few weeks.
This is what I will say. That was very nice of you, but I will say while I want people to watch in real time and people vote and all of that stuff, the show is engineered to be evergreen, that you're going to be able to go back and watch it at any time. Each episode, it's reality TV. It's not going to be from a fixed point in time. So you are good to catch up whenever you're not hanging out, with wrestlers until 4 a.m.
This is why I think you're so talented, because you think of things like that. Whereas our good friends and the loves of my life, Kerrane and Rich Rebar, they're doing a 4-hour show on Saturday night for Sunday morning. It's like, guys, I love y'all, but but you got to think about some things.
That's always the sweat, to see if you could squeeze in that pod before kickoff, and it's just like you're staring at the run time.
I think about it with the waiver wire every fucking week that I put in 15,000 words to, and it's like, this has 24 hours of shelf life. What am I doing with my life?
All right. Stafford has fallen, so I think we obviously have to do this with Puka and Adams, and then we will figure out. Third. We'll toss the bye week bros a little meat at the end of the draft in some form or another.
That's cool with me. I'm good with that. Yeah, and then let's see who comes back. Doubs is here for the double stack with Drake May as well.
Yeah, underdog's been a little buggy for me this morning. I'm gonna take away a little bit of the blame on the Jalen Warren misclick, and I'm just gonna assign a little bit to underdog. I'm just saying, I don't want the full blame. I'll take most of it. But yeah, we're gonna pick at 11-3 here. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the Dobbs stuff? Like, how much should he fall? Is the market appropriately pricing in the AJ Brown addition at this ADP?
Probably not appropriately, but I don't think he should fall too much, given that like he ran 87% of his routes from out wide. That's what he does. He's not a slot player, which means he's going to stay on the field with AJ Brown the entire time. Kyle Williams is the big loser there.
So the Dobbs is here. I will just say, knowing the running backs after this, Rachaad White, Gainwell, and then we're down to like Woody Marks, Tyrone Tracy. If you have a favorite running back, we should probably do it here, or we could do Dobbs. Do you have something?
I don't. I think it's pretty flat here.
Are you good with Rachaad White?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we just accidentally get him?
I put him in the queue because I'm like,
Okay, cool.
I think we need another running back body here, because once Tracy, Gainwell, and Rachaad White, I mean, the flyer territory of Woody Marks, Allgeier, Keaton Mitchell, Spears, like any of those guys start to look pretty weak as your running back.
That's the thing. That's the issue you run into, is that I believe all those guys can have, like Woody Marks had, 18 plus carries for a month straight. Like, of course he can do that, but it takes an injury. Like, it takes Dave Montgomery to get out of the way. Also, I don't know what the contingent is now on handcuffing your own RB1 and running backs, but we have David Montgomery too. So we're kind of already betting on that.
Yeah. What do you mean? We don't have any handcuffs.
No, we have David Montgomery, but if we were to take Woody Marks.
Oh, yeah. That takes
like,
one off the table.
We're already betting against our bet.
Yeah.
Rachaad White, the issue is the backfield's wide open, but for the last 2 years now, he hasn't been able to like make his own name in a median backfield. That's the issue. So it's like, it's the same thing where he'll probably be usable from time to time, but if he couldn't win in Washington's backfield, how can he suddenly win in Tampa Bay's backfield?
Yep. All right. Let's see here. Let's do a little recap of the team to see where we're at. We do have Drake May and Matthew Stafford. Insert ominous music here with 11, both week 11 buys. Our running backs, David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, J.K. Dobbins, Rachaad White. Wide receivers, Puka, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, and Ricky Pearsall. Tight end, Trey McBride. So we have some sick alpha stacks with our elite wide receivers, and then we're just trying to cobble it together at running back. How do you feel like we're doing?
Doing fine. Tight end also, if you don't go elite tight end, it's pretty much flat from Dallas Goedert on. There's like 12 guys who are all the same player. Even TJ Hawkins and Juwan Johnson could easily outscore Dallas Goedert this year, who is a top 10 ADP. And so I think I'm going to mostly in drafts this year be 3 or on DraftKings 4 tight end guy, because obviously on DK, the PPR goes a long way in the flex with the bonus for tight ends as well. But underdog, I think I'm going to be 3 tight end guy this year.
Yeah. And I think that's what you remember a couple years ago when the wide receiver thirst reached its apex, and it was like running backs were values at basically every point of the draft. Yeah. You're like, now this guy, that's how I feel about tight end this year. It's like every round I'm like, yeah, tight end seems like a good pick. So I do think someone mentioned that in the chat too. What makes the elite tight end really hard is that there are really good tight end values throughout the draft.
And if you look at top 12 scoring for tight ends, the last 2 years, but last year in particular, dude, every week, it is the ugliest thing you've ever seen, because it only comes down to who caught the touchdown inside the 5-yard line. And then suddenly you're a top 6 guy. So you can just find those scores in the back end, which again is why I'm going to probably have a lot of Freiermuth rounding out 3 tight end.
Real quick, like wide receivers, Omar Cooper, Juwan Jennings, tight end, Hunter Henry for the stack. Quick.
Hunter Henry.
Did I get it?
That's okay. So we got Omar Cooper. It's my fault. I was talking. That one's on me, not on underdog.
We're just, we don't have the reps together this year. We're building our rapport. That it's tough. I should have cut you off a little earlier. We did get Omar Cooper there.
But dude, you're gonna have to invite me back on After Dark. That's kind of my favorite show, because we get into I love the chat over here. Don't get me wrong, but After Dark, that's where like the sickos are that for some reason hang out in your Discord.
Don't do it, Houdays. Don't do it. Let me get my guy for John. Let me get this one back. He wanted Hunter Henry. Don't do it. Don't do it. 5. 4. I swear to God, if he times out, he went Sadiq. All right, John.
Okay, good. Yeah, we get him.
Oh, yes. Washed. Age Cliff.
You're right. We need more reps together. This is why I'm coming on After Dark soon, because we need more reps together. Also, it's been talked about a lot. but it was already a bad rookie draft. And then we lost so many of them, including Cooper and Sadiq, who last year, 85% of their catches, their production, both came from the slot. They're overlapping players despite being first-round talents. So I just don't know, given, as you even said, the Jets aren't good enough to have Geno Smith start for 17 games, which is why he's a hard click, kind of like Tua. Like Tua's going to start half the season, but is he going to be there in the best ball playoffs, winning if you need him? Probably not. Same thing for Jacoby Brissett. And so Geno's a tough click. And then the Jets players are tough clicks because the Klubnik's not good, but who knows? So yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. I mean, I do think, let's say we had gone Henry first, and then we had the same decision for wide receivers available. And I don't think they both would have fallen. I guess just in a vacuum, Omar Cooper or Jawan Jennings for this team. Do you have any preference there?
Probably would have been Jawan Jennings, but it's also because I don't really trust Omar Cooper.
Yeah.
He's a great on-field prospect. And he did have actually the highest average of forced missed tackles per catch in the entire class this year. But he was drafted so high because he was deemed the best run blocking receiver of the entire class too by most GMs, which is where like the buzz started coming in on the first round.
I guess the one thing I would say, if I'm going to try to spin zone the auto pick that you didn't want as being the right pick, I would say we have a really strong base at wide receiver. We got these veterans. Injecting some cheap upside of a first round pick here at 142. Back in my day, a year ago, 2 years ago, you would not be able to get a first round wide receiver at 142 in Best Ball Mania, and just blindly following the draft capital and saying, this guy has some juice. The team's going to see what they have in him. Let's take a flyer at 142. That's my bull case.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Here's the team, 2-4-5-2. We know we want to appease the bye week bros at some point to sidestep this double week 11 bye. We have a very thin wide receiver room by capital spent. David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, J.K. Dobbins, Rashad White. Wide receiver room solid. Puka, A.J. Brown, Devontae, Ricky Pearsall, Omar Cooper. Tight end room's very solid. Trey McBride, Hunter Henry. I think what we're really doing is trying to find some running backs that you like here down the home stretch.
Oh, good luck to us, but we're going to do our best. Okay, let's see the board here.
Yep. So running backs, we're on the clock. Allgeier, Sampson, Singleton, Tank Bigsby, Kamara, Solver.
Get Allgeier in there.
Okay. And then there's some wide receivers, Jeremy Bernard, Calvin Ridley.
I like Emmanuel Wilson as well.
Let's take Allgeier first.
Yeah. He's a little more down the board.
Yeah, he slid down to 166. He pairs up with Trey McBride. Is Trey Benson just donezo for you?
Yes, definitely. I mean, the fact that even when everything went right and he finally had that, you remember from Showdown slates, he had the primetime game by himself without James Conner on Thursday night, and they still called up Michael Carter like just to play a role with him. And then Benson got injured. It's like, oh, so no matter what, this guy, they never want leading and playing on passing downs anyhow. Also, Jeremiah Love was the best, one of the best pass catching running backs in the entire class. So yeah. Trey Benson, we're just losing him.
Yeah. And if this is just a 1-2 backfield, I mean, Allgeier's going to have good value at that price. Solver likes Ridley, Jeremy Bernard, Jerry Jeudy. There are some of these other running backs here. If you just want to get a guy you like, anything come to mind with 10 seconds left?
Probably Braylon Allen or Sean Tucker. Again, we're piecing together running backs that can score touchdowns. So this is what we're hoping for.
Okay. Yeah. We got Braylon Allen there. We have a Jet, already in Omar Cooper. So might as well build out that team bet.
Who did the Jets play week 17?
Minnesota.
So Jawan Jennings would have helped accidentally.
You're right. But do we have any Minnesota on here? No, we have week 16 correlation because they played the Jets. Do you want to get into week 16 correlation, Daigle, or is it too early in the morning for that kind of discourse?
It's too early in the year, in my lifetime, in the morning, all the above. What does the available tight ends look like now?
We're down to Dalton Schultz, AJ Barner, Otten, Helm territory. The question is, with McBride and Henry and needing to catch up at other positions, can we afford a
No, I'm just looking at it. I just like kicking myself afterwards that we probably should have passed on McBride. I think that's my biggest mistake. is that I'm gonna run 3 or 4 guys at the rooms that take McBride and Bowers and be like, I bet I can get a usable score here.
I think it's just a very familiar spot that drafters are going to find themselves in this year at the back end of round 2, where Bowers and McBride look and stand out as the best picks. And yet structurally, as you progress through the draft, you start wishing you could go back and flip them to a running back.
Yeah, I think so. Because Otten, remember, the last couple of years, the only time anyone's ever wanted Otten was when Mike Evans was out, because they use Otten in the red zone like they did Evans. And now all of a sudden Evans is gone and no one is treating Otten with the correct respect.
Let's see. Bindles, a little Canadian donation here to get Daigle's Jaden Reed take. He needs someone to help him think objectively as a Jaden Reed slappy. Do you have a take on Jaden Reed? He's going around pick 100.
Reed is the best receiver on the Packers. The issue is the last 2 years, he has run total, not average, run total 6 routes from 2 wide receiver sets. So is he now going to be on the field in 2 wide receiver sets, or are they going to play golden there? You should take chances on both because injuries happen, things happen. I fear they will still play golden there, and Jaden Reed will still be the guy who can only get on the field in 11 personnel.
I have bad news. We did lose Aaron Rodgers here. So if we want to solve our bye week issues, you're probably going to have to take a stand on one of the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett or Carson Beck.
It's unfortunate
covering
for everybody.
Our week 11. The reason that sucks too is because like week 11 is such a fringe on, that's when we're getting close to the Carson Beck tipping point. So we can't even front load or back load the tape.
The Cardinals, I think, have a week 14 bye. And so like we could say Carson Beck from week 15 on, but before that, you're right. It's really close.
Let's get a wide receiver first. Booty, Cup, Wicks, Zachariah Branch, any of these rookies.
You just want to go Booty with Drake May?
Yeah, and just, I mean, obviously he's been rumored to be part of the trade to Philly. You know, he's upset that his name has been in trade talks, but let's say cooler heads prevail. He remains in New England and kind of is that situational deep threat we know he can be.
Brandon Ayuk seems like, I mean, last year we at least had inclinations, the world did, on Joe Mixon never playing football again, let alone last year in general. But Brandon Ayuk kind of seems like that. No information just yet, but when we get some kind of report that Ayuk is just basically never going to see the field again, it won't be shocking.
So let's punt that quarterback decision until the last round. We have 6 running backs, 6 wide receivers. Would you like to add a 7th wide receiver or a 7th running back to this room?
This needs a running back.
Okay. The best to me looks like Ray Davis. Your guy, Emmanuel Wilson, went. You also have Katron Allen, Kalen Black, Damon Claiborne, if you want to make a rookie bet.
Yeah, Ray Davis, like we saw last year, needs James Cook injury, but that can happen. So I'm fine taking Ray Davis everywhere. I always add him on the back end. We haven't seen it in 2 years, but the one time that James Cook was out and everyone else was available, including Ty Johnson, they gave Ray Davis 20 touches and he had 150 yards and 2 touchdowns from scrimmage. Like that's the guy that they would lean on if Cook is out, presumably. Cook was never injured last year though.
I have to do something because I did this to great success earlier this offseason. Someone bet me. They said Kirk Cousins was going to start all 17 games, and I got a really good bet. And I want to try to get another one of these because GoAZ Card says Brissett won't start 1 game for Arizona this year. I will book any amount of money that you would like on that one, GoAZ Cards. Slide into my DMs. Let's get this on this is the only way I can recuperate my costs of these drafts that are awful is with these side bets with overconfident people in the chat. So please let's get this down.
I'm giving Kirk Cousins like a month for sure to start. I still worry about him and Clint Kubiak's scheme because he's not really a good play action quarterback or turning his back to the offensive line. He just can't move anymore. So I really worry about him running that offense, but I give him a month strong. Brissett's 1,000% starting week 1 for sure.
Yes.
It's not even a competition.
So let's talk through this quarterback dilemma. The bye week bros are after us. We have 2 week 11 buys in Drake May, Matthew Stafford. The cleanest spot that actually correlates with our bet is Arizona. We do have Trey McBride. We have Allgeier. issue is the week 11 bye we're trying to cover is right when the handoff with Brissett and Beck is rumored to be happening. So the question is, would you rather take a stab on like the Atlanta quarterback naked? That doesn't necessarily feel great either. You could do Klubnik. Like, do you think Klubnik's starting by week 11? I doubt it.
I think I'd go Beck.
Just play Beck and hope that flip happens.
Again, the Cardinals have the toughest schedule in the league this year, based on Warren Sharp's forecasting with projections, not just last year's record. Thus, and like whether that's sticky or not, I've done some work. I'm still not sure, but when it's weighted that heavily, I think it's something we should pay attention to. So
yeah, Atlanta's
I bet for record purposes, they bench Brissett, maybe not even performance purposes.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys have for the Brissett projection. I know at Fantasy Life, I'm pretty sure it's 11 games that we have Brissett for, which is hilarious because that's right where
that seems like a lot. That seems like a lot too, but I bet we have something similar, honestly.
Yeah, Beck for 6 and Brissett for 11. So
right on the cusp.
Which one is it going to be? Beck, Brissett, Beck, Brissett.
I say Beck. Here's the good thing. We don't need either of them, hopefully, because if we do, then we're losing anyways. We don't need either of them. We're just trying to guess week 11. At least we probably will have some kind of edge for others who end up in the same scenario and they take Brissett. So we are playing in our own niche of people who need the Arizona quarterback in week 11, and we're going to take the lower odds for a higher probability of moving on.
Goat Huddle says taking a third QB here when you can only start 1 and have 6 wide receivers when you have to start 3. So the counter is one of the easiest things you can do to have a high floor lineup that stays in contention is get those quarterback points. Like you're gonna, even if Carson Beck is starting, that's going to be at worst probably 12 to 13 points. Those points are really meaningful when you're trying to finish top 2 in your pod, and to give those up and sacrifice them, it's a really, really tough pill to swallow, especially when the 18th round probability of a wide receiver hitting is also extremely thin and cracking our lineup with some of these guys at the top. So I do think in that situation, you could say we shouldn't have found ourselves in that situation, but once we did, I do think getting the third quarterback there, as opposed to Elijah Surratt, Pat Bryant, Skylar Bell, those points matter more to this team than those dart through points. This
is also why, the most confident quarterback, because it's Aaron Rodgers and Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza doesn't start the entire second half of the season, so I don't know why more people aren't drafting him. But after those two, the most confident quarterback you can take is not the Falcons situation. It's actually Deshaun Watson, because Deshaun Watson is going to start until he can no longer start. There's too much money involved. It's at least an offensive guru like Kellen Moore was for Tyler Shuck, building a new offense around Watson. So Watson's the guy you take in the last round if you need a third quarterback.
Yeah, and even then, it's like, we're going to talk eliminator strategy tomorrow, where you're trying to get off to a fast start. And some of these guys like Cousins, Watson, Brissett, like those guys are going to have a much more valuable role in that format, where in this format, we're trying to cover a late bye. We're trying to cover a week 16, week 17 stack. I think Beck was the right call there. We're saying that he is actually competent, that McBride is hitting, that maybe Love in this situation is hurt and the offense is functional. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I wouldn't recommend it, but we played the hand we dealt ourselves.
And 6 wide receivers, but 3 of them were in the first 4 rounds, so we're already pretending like that's going to matter and weigh heavily because we have to, because we drafted like that.
All right, Daigle, let me recap this team here. Safe to say the chat hated it.
That's okay. The chat likes good running backs. We don't have good running backs. That's okay though.
Here's the team, the polarizing team. 3-7-6-2. Funky build for sure. Drake May, Matthew Stafford, Carson Beck. A 0 RB build that kicked it off with David Montgomery at pick 46. Then we grabbed Jalen Warren, J.K. Dobbins, Rashad White, Tyler Allgeier, Braylon Allen, and Ray Davis. We then have the top-heavy wide receiver room. Puka, A.J. Brown, Adams, Ricky Pearsall, Omar Cooper, and Kayshon Boutte. And then the 2 tight ends, Trey McBride, Hunter Henry. We are pretty correlated around our quarterbacks. Other thoughts on this team?
Agree. I think we really went wrong. I'm going to really have to think about this tight end decision in the second, third round turn when I start jumping back in this week, because does seem like we lost a little bit there and not grabbing a running back then, as opposed to one of McBride or Bowers. Also, in the chat, our good friend, my nemesis, Emo Cowboy, asked about my most controversial takes. I don't have many so far, but the early rounds, I can just look at projections, and like I've been doing some season-long work behind the scenes. Christian McCaffrey should be a third-round pick. Let's start there. That's a controversial one. I think he's the worst 106 we've had in a while, especially after last year. No one wanted him, and now y'all suddenly want him because he finally stayed healthy for a full year. That's not how this works.
Is it just injury? You're just forecasting an injury?
Oh, well, it's injuries, and he had career low efficiency across the board too. He literally got by on touches. Receiving is great. Don't get me wrong. It's really good when you're using the passing game. But then what happens whenever that goes away? And now you're looking at a running back who should be in the next tier of guys. So yeah, Christian McCaffrey's the worst first-round pick this year for sure.
If you believe that, you better have a bag of Kalen Black or Jordan James. Which one is it going to be for you?
Well, I mean, it's probably none of them because I don't even know. Why is it not Isaac Guerrero? Like, why? We don't know who the backup is. We've seen Kyle Shanahan take all these running backs and then just use them all together. Remember, even last year, Brian Robinson, but I swear to you, if McCaffrey got hurt, Patrick Taylor would have worked in as the pass-catching running back over Brian Robinson. So I'm not sure there's like an answer that's equivalent whenever McCaffrey's injured. But also then, the one I'm really confident in is that Terry McLaurin or Emeka Egbuka are going to be first, second round turn players in 2027. Just the run out is far too good for them and easy for them.
You are melting my face with these takes.
2 years ago, again, Jay McDaniels at full strength, Deebo Samuel not there. Terry McLaurin had a career high in target share and points per game. And now we're just letting him waste away like his outlook was last year, where that's not the case at all. It's a wide open target tree that he can soak up again with a quarterback he has rapport from. And Emeka Egbuka, that's the easiest click you'll ever make. Again, it was the perfect storm of everything going wrong. Baker Mayfield coming to the year with a career high touchdown rate and points per game was obviously going to regress the whole time. Even if you go back to week 1, I believe he had a touchdown rate over 8%. And it's like, he's just running hot. What happens whenever it comes back to earth? And it did the second half of the season, not to mention his own and Egbuka's injuries. Now we're taking Mike Evans away as well. Chris Godwin's been healthy for one of the last 7 seasons. I believe he's played a full season. This is Egbuka's tree. Like, this is all his, and we're letting him fall. So yeah,
I think Rohan said it in the chat. While I disagree with you, I could see it with Egbuka just because of his age. Evans out. Like, if he continues that early season momentum, the Terry McLaurin age.
I get it. Yeah, that's fine.
Like, underdog drafters aren't, but I think his ceiling, like, say he has the 14 touchdown season or whatever and pops off. He's probably like a mid to back end round 2 pick if that happens.
I want to say it about Mike Evans, who also is falling really late. Because we know Mike Evans is Will Fuller at this stage of his career. When he plays, he has a chance to win you your week at that position. He can outscore Puka Nacua. But the question is when he's going to play. But the age and changing teams perhaps could work out differently. Or it could work out like Devontae Adams, where they only use this guy in the red zone. So I like Mike Evans as well. But I talked about it earlier. I love that tier. Love that tier of wide receivers.
Man, dude, you came with some spicy take. What's the have you floated these in the ETR projections Slack?
I have not yet. They've been having conversations. I haven't gone in there and scorched the earth yet. We did have a big Egbuka talk over the weekend because we were, I believe, 19 spots lower than ADP, and I did come out and say that's not right. Like, it just can't possibly be right. When a guy averages 20 points per game as like a wide receiver that no one's going to trade through 6 games, and then all these things happen to where suddenly he's averaging 7 points per game. I think it was 7.5. Like, we're just chasing the second year profile. This is not correct. No, I'm not still hungover from Saturday. I'm fine now. These are just takes.
Isn't Daigle an ETR guy? 106 there. Here's the thing, guys. There is a projections team. There are a lot of voices in there. We've talked about this with Levitan. We've talked about it with Leone before. You are never going to have a ranking set that perfectly reflects a bunch of individuals' opinions. They're going to deviate on players. The point of like those projections conversations is to battle and stress test each other's arguments and get as close as you can to, I think, an accurate number. So you're always going to have people on the fringe in those situations. I'm sure we'll talk to Pat and he'll talk about their leg up rankings chat as well. There's battles. People don't see eye to eye on these things all the time.
And I mention 2027 as the chat asked, because we were trying to predict who's going to end up in the first, second round and be values. That's Saquon Barkley, for example. It's going to be a first round pick in 2027. His ADP's wrong in the second round, just because everyone reacts from the year past. That's what we do. Then we settle ADP on it. So you just can't copy paste the points. So McCaffrey should project as the 106. I think he's the worst first round pick this year.
Yeah, and there's different. So like to that point, and I love using that. It's not the end all be all, but Sean Siegel is who I always remember first talking about this, of like trying to project where they're going to go the next year. And it really gives you an idea. It's a good lens, obviously, for dynasty, but also from like who's going to finish the season strong, who's going to be peaking right when we start thinking about their draft stock for the next year. Compare Mekhi Lemon and DK Metcalf, right? They both go back to back in this draft. One of them could easily be a second or third round pick next year. DK Metcalf, even if he scores 13 touchdowns, 14, he's not going to be a second round pick. Like, people are going to bake in the age cliff. They're going to bake in the quarterback situation, whatever. These guys just can't get to that point. It's not to meaning they can't be a solid pick in this game we're playing, but if you're really trying to think of trajectory and how we could view these guys, the younger guys certainly have that advantage.
For sure.
Man, now I kind of want to prod you for any other, final spicy takes before we get out of here.
I don't think I have many others besides those. Like, I do think, just given what they bring to the table. Also, because it is easy to get, in particular, Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, and I'm not sure why, because those guys are basically, given their profiles, guaranteed to be top 5 quarterbacks in points per game and like league winning options if they don't get injured, like Jaden McDaniels was last year. Having said that, there are the guys left over that add 4 rushing points per game. Tyler Shuck, Malik Willis, the list goes on at the end of drafts. So 3 quarterback builds, I think, can counter the elite options this year. Underdog, though, I'm more prone to grab the elite guy.
On your way out, any good recent Silva stories? How's he doing?
He's doing great. No, he's been going. I haven't seen him. I've seen him quite a bit. We go to every Cubs home game on Sunday together. And so like I see him, once every other week, but also the past few weeks post-draft, whenever he got all his work done, he's been flying out to Arizona to work with a personal trainer. And it's like a camp where they like go running in the desert, which, by the way, we need a clip of. Like, we need a GoPro of Silva training hard like David Goggins in the desert. But that's what he's been doing. So he's been gone like the past couple of weeks. I'll see him, I believe, for the Cubs game this Sunday.
I don't know, Daigle. It sounds a little suspicious. Last time I heard about a big, large man within the world of the NFL going on a special trip to Arizona, it involved shots at a very private hotel with Deanna Rossini. So are we sure that's what Silva's actually doing there?
He did. I don't even know if I should say this, but I always say that, then say it. He pitched to Taylor. So not just like floating in the Slack. He had a personal call with Taylor. And by the way, it's a genius idea. He wants to hire Diana Rossini at ETR. And it's a brilliant idea, because do you know how many eyes would be on ETR at that point? It is genuinely Silva's best idea for business he's ever had.
If that call was not recorded, that is one of the biggest blunders in the history of ETR, because I would pay so much money to watch Silva try to convince Taylor to hire Deanna Rossini.
It's a great business idea, but also it's funny. I don't know like what the call sounded like. I just heard about this, but also we know how like pragmatic he is, and that he adjusts with the times. And this is why Taylor is so amazing at what he does, and so like the smartest individual I've ever met, because any idea you give him, he doesn't shut it down or laugh at it. He genuinely thinks about it. So I know on that call, Silva pitched this idea to hire Rossini, and Taylor legitimately thought about it, was trying to work out like how we can hire her for ETR. And by the way, it sells itself, ET Rossini. Like, it's just right there for us.
Well, what's the idea? So Levitan has long floated this idea of having fantasy focused beat reporters for every team, where you are reporting specifically on, and yeah, I think The Athletic does a good job with that to an extent, but just having on your own payroll these eyes and ears at these training camps, in the locker room, all of that. Maybe that's the Rossini role. It's like, we need you covering every single one, but that's a lot of travel. It's a lot of travel.
That would be Nick Underhill for sure, if he wasn't a millionaire himself just on giving info to Saints fans.
There you go. Well, man, are you gonna be in trouble when I clip that for social?
Please don't clip that for social. I'm pretty sure it's okay, but just in case, I would not clip that for social.
All right, you heard it here.
Silva would yell at me for sure.
You had to be watching 2 hours in to Best Ball Breakfast to get that. The social team will leave that here. John Daigle, thank you for your time. Agree with you completely. I'll get you on an After Dark. How about this? Once you finally get caught up with So You Think You Can Tout, come on After Dark and we can get some of your thoughts on it.
I love that. Give me this week and I'll finish it up and get caught up for you.
All right, Daigle, let the people know anything else you're working on, things they should check out over at Establish the Rossini.
I'm finishing up the rest of our best ball package this week, probably by the end of the day, honestly. So we will have FFPC tiers, since I've been dabbling more over there, just trying to get a good gauge on ADP personally, drafters tiers. And then of course I'll be tiering off week 17 games, doing that today. Ooh. And also our favorite, last couple round picks across all sites.
Beautiful. Check it out. I will be curious to see your week 17 tiers as well. And
$60 for the entire year. Considering we have a data science team, literally the only fantasy football company that has a data science team, $60 for the entire year. That's pretty easy.
Do that. And then you get the solver, you get the ranks pulled right in, make drafting easy. We will see you soon. John Daigle, have a great rest of your Monday.
Love subbing for Levitan. I will talk to everyone soon.
Peace, Daigle. All right, we are going to have Sam Sherman joining us in a second whenever he's done with his big, important corporate meetings. 586 of you watching live here on the Best Ball Breakfast marathon stream. We'll have Sam Sherman coming up shortly, Pat Kerrane at 1 p.m. And then immediately following, you will be redirected to the So You Think You Can Tout YouTube channel that you all need to be subscribed to. If you're in the chat right now, it is pinned there. Quickly subscribe. Just click the button. It will automatically get you subbed there. And then you will not miss any of the forthcoming episodes, including the one live premiering today at 2 p.m. Eastern, right when I'm done with Kerrane. That will go live. It is an hour and 10-minute episode. It's pure heat. We put these guys, these challengers, in a really tough situation to see if they could actually tout, if they really know ball. So excited for you guys to see it. It's a really fascinating experiment to see how these guys react in a more live scenario. And it'll be a lot of fun. And then immediately after that, you're going to notice there's some of these guys that weren't awful, that weren't great either. And we're having a tough time sorting which of them deserve to move on. There's some clear-cut ones in both directions, but those tweeners that we're calling them, we're going to put it up to a live vote today on stream. So you guys are going to be the ones determining which of these individuals get booted, which of them advance in the show. And then tomorrow we will be announcing our next challenge. We'll be off to the races with the remaining cast of So You Think You Can Tout. Huge shout out to our editing and production team, Chris and Zach and Lou. We've been working around the clock since filming those challenges on Wednesday to get this episode already. Producing and editing an hour and 11-minute episode. And that's what we got it down to. It's really a really big task. So shout out to the editing team. I'm so excited for you guys to see it. It is a ton of fun. Sam's going to be here in 2 minutes. No problem there. Definitely like the stream, you fuckers, as Deeksy said. Couldn't say it better myself. Sherman, a real lunch pail guy? Definitely. I mean, who stayed more down to earth? I guess Fareed kind of stayed down to earth. I think Fareed mentioned he was going to go back to doing some truck driving if he had to. So, we got a lot of humble Best Ball Mania winners for sure. All right, Sam Sherman, welcome to the stage. How are you doing today, sir? Are you there, Sam? Sam? Sam is here. We can hear you. I heard a Sam? All right. We will vamp while Sam figures out his situation here. We got him in the nice quarter zip. He's got the fixed gear bicycle over his shoulder. Sam? I am so confused right now. All right. Sam is going to try to leave and come back. Let's see. What do we think Sam's favorite week 17 game is going to be? The sounds of a wild best ball winner. That would be an incredible bit. I wonder if one of my co-hosts came on and decided to just prank me and stare at the camera blankly. How long would I put up with it until I eventually had to boot them and move on with the stream? That's a good theoretical question. Hopefully Sam is not trying to pull off that bit today. Are you there now, Sam?
All right. Yeah. Last time I joined, it was just a loading screen. It was something we were going on, but I'm back.
All right. You're back on your lunch break. Let's get down to brass tacks. Any big thoughts since the schedule has been released? Anything that you're starting to tweak and adjust with how you feel about the draft board?
This is going to be my first draft since the schedule was released. So I think a little bit of figuring it out on the fly today, Pete. But yeah, I think a couple like matchups that are pretty exciting. The Bengals Ravens one, I think I saw that has the highest implied team total for week 17. I think Cowboys Giants I also like as a potential shootout in the dome there. So yeah, a couple fun ones, but yeah, curious your take on it as well.
Yeah, we were going through it this morning there. You definitely flagged a couple of the best ones. I mean, this Dallas schedule through the playoffs, 3 dome games at the Rams, home versus the Jags, home versus the Giants, 52.5, 51.5, 49.5. I don't think it gets better than that.
Yeah. That's probably the best one I've seen. I think the Rams schedule is also pretty good. Getting both, obviously the Cowboys week 15, Seahawks another dome game in week 16, and then Bucks potential for a shootout in week 17 too. So yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what is your, I was talking through it with the chat. Obviously, I think as time goes on, it's become more table stakes for people understanding why correlating is of importance, but obviously some people overdo it, they underdo it. What is like your overall philosophy on correlating specifically week 17? Obviously your winning lineup had some elements there, so I'm guessing you are a believer there, but what is your thought?
Yeah, so I think I use it as like a tiebreaker more than something I'm like letting dictate my draft strategy. But I tend to be a pretty like relatively flat exposure drafter. Like don't usually have too many players above 25% or too many players that are full on fades. So I do kind of let it make tie-breaking decisions for me for players within tiers. And I think I also, compared to like most people, I do try to focus on like the week 15 and 16 stuff a little bit as well. I'm a star method drafter when I do these. So oftentimes, like when I take a player, I'll highlight the teams that are, correlating with the game stacks in 15, 16, and 17, and just kind of keep that in the back of my mind as like a tiebreaker for those decisions.
Yeah, someone brought that up and I was talking it through, based on the changes this year, because last year we had a smaller week 17 final, but a bigger week 16 pod where it was 1 of 16, which actually made the week 16 stuff a little interesting. Yeah. What do you think this year? Because it's 1 of 14, then 1 of 12 in week 16 is actually the smallest, and then 667, the bigger final now.
Yeah, I think that someone who's more in tune with this can correct me if I'm wrong, but
Uh-oh. I think Sam's glitching. Is Sam glitching for you guys as well?
17. Oh, did I?
Yeah, you froze just for a second for me there. You're still a little glitchy.
Okay. Leaving, coming back.
Yeah, why don't you leave and come back one more time? Tell me if that is true for you guys. Was he glitching for you guys as well as me? JMG, I believe, asking about, so you think you can tout? Are there going to be any team challenges, or are they all solo? Stay tuned, brother. Stay tuned. All right. I think you're back. Can you hear us, Sam?
Hey, I think I'm back. Sorry about this.
You're good. You're good. You were just talking about, you said we're discussing like the week 16, week 15 stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I think with the smaller week 16, that means the smaller week 16 groups, that makes week 16 game stack probably a little bit less important this year and increases the importance of 15 and 17 on a relative basis.
Yeah.
I would think. So yeah, might be even more. Week 17 is all that matters this year, I guess.
Yeah. That is an interesting flip there for sure. It's kind of interesting psychologically too, because last year it's like 1 of 12 to get out of 15. And then that 1 of 16 buzzsaw is just so brutal. This year we kind of flip it. You get the buzzsaw out of the way, and then 1 of 12, you show up in week 16, 1 of 12 feels way more attainable.
I know. Something about the 12 versus 16, even though it's not that big of a difference, does seem a lot better. So yeah, I like the bigger final size too. That's kind of fun.
Well, like you, my first 2 drafts post schedule have just taken place. So I am also getting my bearings here. I just hopped us in a draft that is about to start. We, of course, have the solver to help us out with some of these correlations. I got my sheet here as well, but we'll be drafting from the 106 here.
Nice. I think I've gotten so many later spots that it's kind of nice to be in the middle here. So yeah. Is there anything big you're noticing in terms of like the first couple rounds, people like pulling up players a ton for correlation reasons? Anything like that so far?
The only thing I've noticed is both my first 2 drafts, people did James Cook and Achane together at the 1-2 turn for that Miami Buffalo. And similar to the CD Lamb, Amon-Ra, like their ADPs were already basically there. I guess it's Achane's the one moving up, but people are making that slight little push for the correlation. Yeah.
The other thing I think I should have mentioned for like the correlation piece is I am really like the Achane and Cook example brought it up for me. Like I am really not that focused on like opposing running back correlation type stuff, or like what is the meme from Davis, Ertz, Allgeier correlation? Like there's not a ton of like, running back opposite tight end that doesn't exist nearly as much as like quarterback opposite wide receiver opposite wide receiver. Those are where you see much more of the correlation. So
yeah, I
think about that as well.
I said the same take before. Like I think where it really shines through is specifically the cheaper wide receivers who can get splash plays and speed up the game. Luther Burden did it for you. We've had many examples like that. To me is the platonic ideal of a week 17 bring back and what you're actually trying to accomplish with the correlation.
Yeah.
Okay. We had Chase went 101 here, but now we get the familiar running back faces at 106. JT, CMC, anything else you want?
Let's go CMC here.
Beautiful.
I think it's really close with JT, but I think I like him a little bit more.
It's a fun selection. After minutes before you came on, we asked John Daigle for some hot takes. Emo Cowboy teed him up, and he said CMC should be a 3rd round pick at best. So now,
oh my God, that's insane.
He came in real hot.
Yeah. I mean, I get why CMC is scary. I also just think that like the rushing efficiency stuff, we always think when like a running back who's older has a down year in rushing efficiency that it's like the end of the line for them. And then the past couple of years, we've seen so many rebounds from guys like Derrick Henry once he changed teams from the Titans, like Barkley looked awful that last Giants year and then was amazing on the Eagles. Like, I think some of that stuff is just so offensive line dependent. And I don't know. I'm not ready to write CMC off yet.
Yeah.
He was also the RB1 last year. So third round at
Yes.
best is a spicy take.
By ADP, we're on the clock. Henry, Rashee Rice, Bowers, Jeremiah Love, Neighbors. Who do you want to do here?
I haven't done a Bowers team in a while. Let's do Bowers.
All right, we will do it. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Bowers. Yeah, I feel like this has been kind of a theme, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. I know you've been skeptical about elite tight end over the years. This year specifically, it does feel a little hard to pull off just in what you're trying to accomplish at the running back position early, coupled with the fact that there are really strong tight end values throughout most of the draft. So how are you thinking about the elite tight end advantage within this specific landscape?
Yeah, I still do think that, like, structurally, I do like the teams better with 3 tight ends late. Just because, like, on a relative basis, like when you're taking Hunter Henry versus Isaiah Pacheco, or even like Mike Gesicki versus Tank Bigsby or whatever, like, you're getting such a projection advantage from those late round tight ends that it is really nice to save a couple roster spots for those guys. And the 2x2s I just like better. At the same time, I do think this offseason went so well for Bowers. Wide receiver room is completely cleared out. They added in Kirk Cousins as like a good stabilizing force in the quarterback room that I think he's just going to get absolutely fed. So I think it is a balance of thinking through those things, but I'm going to take some shots on Bowers this year for sure.
All right, on the clock, Breece Hall, ETN, Devontae Smith, Olave by ADP. Anyone stand out to you here?
I'd go ETN or Breece. I don't know if you have a preference.
I don't think I think I've been leaning Breece, but I don't think I feel strongly on it.
Yeah, let's go ETN. I think. Yeah. Just saw that was top of the queue. I'm fine with either two. But
what's your? I feel like the kind of the bear case against ETN at this point is just like, is Kamara going to be there and siphon away high value touches, or do you think this is all just like a standoff where the Saints just don't want to pay him and they're both kind of like not blinking in this contract situation?
It is hard to interpret the tea leaves there a little bit. Like I've listened to some of the coach speak analysis where it doesn't sound like the Saints are totally committed to bringing him back still. At the same time, I don't think they can like get much from cutting him unless they just think he's like a distraction and just want him gone. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what to think. I think it's like 50-50 if he's still going to be around. I'm just not sure like how much it matters. They paid ETN so much. Kamara was so ineffective last year that like, I know he has the name brand reputation, but I don't think it's like it certainly hurts ETN if he's around. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I don't think it's like a death knell to his fantasy value. I think ETN's going to get most of the high value touches there kind of regardless.
Yeah. To me, ETN is almost like this neutral proxy of a running back. And I feel like I'm almost just betting on the Saints offense when I click him. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel very similar. Yeah.
About to pick at 4-7. We have Christian McCaffrey and ETN here. The bye week bros, be careful. They're out. They do both have buys. So, you know, it's that time of year. Ladd, Bucky, Evans, Scatabo, probably
Ladd. Yeah. Ladd I like a lot here. Yeah. So on Ladd, I would I retweeted this article from Ryan Heath. I don't know if you have seen that.
I haven't.
Fantasy Points. Yeah. He had a really good article. He brought up Ladd as one of the examples of this, of like players who he thinks are going to benefit from the league-wide trends to two tight end, 3 tight end sets, like teams using these heavy formations. And like kind of counterintuitively, right? Like wide receivers who stay on the field in those formations can really benefit from that. That's what we saw with like JSN last year on the Seahawks, Puka and Devontae and the Rams. Like once you have multiple tight ends who aren't target earners on the field, the wide receivers who are left can really benefit. And he saw the Chargers as one example where that could play out. So anyways, really encourage folks to read that article. I thought it was really interesting, but I do think Ladd could benefit from, you know, multi-tight end sets, fullback sets, heavy personnel sets in Los Angeles.
On the clock,
see.
McLaurin and Swift by ADP. Lamar's here. Rome, Price, Watson.
McLaurin, I think, for me. I think, getting more wide receiver depth.
Well,
Sets us up for the Jaden. Yeah,
I got great news for you because you're back in the good graces of John Daigle's 2 extreme hot takes. One was CMC should be a 3rd-round value. He said Terry McLaurin is going to scorch the earth and be a 1-2 turn pick next year. So now you're back on Daigle's side. Yeah.
There we go. There you go, Daigle.
McCaffrey, Bowers, ETN, Ladd, McLaurin. Yeah, I guess the thing on Ladd is just, are we confident that he would be the guy?
Yes.
Or could it be QJ, in some of those like 1 wide receiver sets or whatever?
And they were even using Trey Harris, I think, as their wide receiver in 1 wide receiver sets last year. I think he was actually the guy getting those snaps for blocking reasons. So there's definitely uncertainty there. I just think McDaniel really has prioritized like getting the best separators on the field with his time in Miami, more so than like some of the blocking stuff. But yeah, that is the question with McConkey for sure. A bit of a slot profile coming out of college too.
Yeah, and like Ladd in that way, it's like we know he's a good player. The question, it is almost like a bet on Mike McDaniel that the offense is going to be a little different and he's going to be better at featuring his best wide receiver.
Yeah. And like the target, that's why I just have confidence in McDaniel. Like, you remember the target per route run rates with like Tyreek in his prime there? It was like 36% targets, like stuff like that. That was just insane. I really do believe in McDaniel just to funnel his best players' targets. No guarantee it works, but I think the upside is there for sure. Jaden is kind of fun here. Yeah.
Didn't we? I want to say we took Terry last week or in a previous draft, and we couldn't get Jaden to fall, and now we get that to line up.
That sounds right. Yeah, I like that. Yep.
So
very balanced team.
Yeah, we got the elite onesies, Jaden and Bowers. Coincidentally, the 2 extreme values their rookie year in drafts when they smash CMC and ETN at running back, Ladd and Terry at wide receiver, and we can officially put the Jacksonville Jags as a potential week 17 bring back opposite our Washington stack here.
Yep. I was thinking with I didn't notice until now that it's Raiders Cardinals in week 17. Do you think we're going to see just mega slappies do Bowers McBride at the 1-2 turn for that? That's like the slappiest thing I think you can do.
It is, but I almost feel like you might be able to pull it off at the 2-3 turn in some drafts at some point this summer.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. But it's much slappier to reach on it. You know what I mean? Like just lock it up at the 1-2 turn.
If you have taken Bowers and McBride since the NFL draft at the 1-2 turn, send us the screenshot and that will be proof that you are a slappy.
Yeah.
Okay. We have that 1-2-2-1 build. Looking at this spot, by ADP, Pierce, Metcalf, Pollard, Dak, Sutton, Herbert, Harvey. You could go double quarterback and shut it down. Running back, what do you like?
Let's go Pierce, I guess.
I hate this range of the draft.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't love Alec Pierce. I'm not gonna tell everyone he's one of my favorite players, but a little past ADP. I think we need a wide receiver there. I think we've done Tony Pollard in every single one of our drafts. So I gotta take a break there at some point. I don't know. With Pierce, you kind of have to believe they're gonna change his role. Pittman's gone. They didn't bring in anyone else. The plan has to be we got to make Alec Pierce more of a focal point in the offense. Do some of the things that we had Pittman doing in the past, because what is their alternative? Getting Ashton Doolin more involved. It's just so thin at wide receiver. So I don't know. Maybe all that stuff just goes to Downs and Warren and Pierce stays in the same role. But I think there's some chance his role changes a little bit. I don't know what you think of him, Pete.
The only thing I've struggled with is how much should we be reacting to his injury, where now he's going to miss most of the training program. And does that of course he should be fine for when it really matters, but at these prices, do we need to be a little bit more sensitive to the risk coming? But I will say he is starting to fall in drafts. He'll fall 10 picks past ADP. I guess I just wonder how much further could he fall?
Yeah, that's a good point. And I'll make the best ball cliche point. Definitely a better in best ball, specifically half PPR best ball, right? Because I think in managed, a guy, he had what, like I think he had literally 47 catches last year for over 1,000 yards. Good luck with that in a managed league. But in best ball, we know he has the deep play ability. It could work out. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
on that, yeah.
Well, also, I mean, they gave him a huge bag. Let's see. Yeah, 47 receptions for 1,000 yards, 21.3 yards per reception there.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right, we are about to pick at 8-7. The quarterbacks are here at running back. Rico's here. Jacoby on that bring back. Pearsall. Anything jump out to you?
I either like Jacoby or Downs, I think, either continuing the Colts bet or go. I think I would go Downs.
Yeah.
It's very close, though.
Yeah, we'll do Alec Pierce, Josh Downs. I mean, the nice thing about those guys, it's like their skill sets are so different that you are just betting on the offense. It's not like, I feel like when I take a Jacoby versus Parker Washington, I don't necessarily want to pair those two guys up quite as much. Whereas when they're so stylistically different, I feel better about it.
I do too. And I think there's a chance they both can, again, just with how concentrated that offense could be, it's literally going to be those two and Warren. There's no third, fourth wide receivers really even worth talking about there. So it could work out where they both pay off.
1-2-4-1, Jaden to Terry. We got Brock at tight end. The two running backs up top, CMC and ETN, and now to four wide receivers, Ladd, McLaurin, and two Colts, Alec Pierce and Josh Downs. We have punched up the Kerrane mnemonics here because Zach suggested for Colts Browns, we go with horseshoe versus duckfoot as an homage to Harold Fannin. Put the Colts there so we could think about some Colts as well.
Yeah. Colts. Wait, it's Colts.
Sorry, Colts Browns. Yes.
Yeah, Colts Browns. That's not the best. Not the best Week 17 matchup I've ever seen.
We do have Jacoby Falls here to 102. We could also see Pittman's here, Dobbins here. I don't know if there's any quarterbacks we want.
I think Jacoby with the ADP fall is probably the best. Yeah, I think so.
Isn't that what dreams are made of? Jacoby Myers, bring back Week 17 opposite our stack as an ADP value.
Exactly. Just a couple deep bombs from Jaden to Terry McLaurin, and then just Jacoby Myers eating up targets, catch up mode.
I'm having like a big deja vu with this team. I swear to God, we've drafted a very similar team. I want to go back and look. Look at this team. Let's see. From 5-4, we had Ladd. Maybe it's just a mashup of some of the players we've drafted before.
Yeah.
Because I know I think we've had a lot of middle slots as well. Maybe I'm just making this up. I don't see this exact team, but for some reason I'm just having a deja vu about some of these.
We have had a lot of middle slots. I said at the beginning a lot of late. I think I keep getting late slots in my show with Pat, and then with you, we're getting like 5 or 6 every single time, it seems like. So similar like players are picking between.
Like my exposure so far, I mean, again, very early. This is my 28th Best Ball Mania draft, but I have so little Amon-Ra, CD, Jefferson. Like I've just not had any like 9 through 11 slots.
Yeah. I'm missing out on the 1 and 2 so far. Someone in the comments said we're building the whitest team.
Yes. Yeah. You got to have CMC and Brock Bowers, then Ladd. So we were 3 for 4. Washington stack. Then we get Alec Pierce. So yeah, tough to beat that.
It is tough. Yeah. We got to get Eli Heidenreich on this team somehow.
That's right. All right. Bill as potential with the Washington stack could be interesting. Aaron Jones, Wan'Dale Robinson. There is this running back grouping here. What do you like?
I think I like the Bill call. I don't get him a ton, but betting on the offense, betting on touchdowns here. I've just viewed him as like the cleanest bet on like if Washington has a good, I don't think he has the upside of like being a workhorse or something, right? But if you're just betting on the Commanders having a bounce back season, returning to something like they looked like 2 years ago. And he's in kind of just like the Brian Robinson role, but he's a little bit more explosive and racks up a bunch of touchdowns. Like, I think he's the cleanest bet on like rushing touchdowns, I think, in Washington. So I like that for the team level bet.
Someone had asked this in the chat earlier, and it now seems appropriate to bring up in the context of this Washington stack we're building, but thoughts on overstacking. Obviously, we like the idea of getting one thing right, but when can stacking go too far on a single team?
Yeah, I think like, I don't know what the number is. Like, I think once I get to like 4 players, I start to really consider like, is the 5th, the 6th player overstacking? And then I think that is a question of how good the team is. Like, I don't think I want to build a team where I have like 5 Dolphins or like 5 Jets, but like, I think you can build some reasonable teams where you have 5 Lions, 5 Packer, like some of these better offenses. I don't think it's crazy. So I really do like, again, with the mindset of you're not trying to have the highest scoring team, cumulative points across the whole season, but in each week, I do kind of like the ping pong effect of just like betting big on an offense. Let's see. What are we going to have here?
We are on the clock. Solver suggests just locking up Daniel Jones. There's also all of these tight ends. Shakir. Tracy would be like last call for a decent running back. What do you think?
I think Jones, just because nothing's really jumping out. It's not the same bye week as Jaden, right?
No, 7 and 13 there.
Yeah. If I had a little bit more time, maybe we could have pushed it, Pete, but I don't know. It feels like such a clean stack. We bet so much in the Colts. I think we'll have similar tiers of players at this next pick and just lock it up.
Yeah. I have yet this year to regret taking a quarterback, early. I generally am okay with the 2v2s. The only other thing I'll piggyback on the overstacking thing that I think about a little bit is the price matters to me as well. Yeah. Like the cheaper the stacking is, the more willing I am to overstack it. You look back at, Kerrane's winning team where he like threw 2 darts at the Miami running backs or whatever, where, like an example would be like, if you do a CJ Stroud and it's like, I'm taking Woody Marks, Dalton Schultz, Jalen Knoll, and Tank Dell, and I'm just trying to hit like, I don't know, 1 triple and 1 single out of that grouping because they're all coming after pick 110 or 120. I'm like way more willing to be heavy there.
Yep. 100%. I think that's right. I like that a lot with like we don't have super clean examples this year, but like using the 17th, 18th round picks on like both kind of the same profile in the same team, like two running backs in the same team. One of them is going to be the handcuff, 2 wide receivers in the same team. One of them, you're hoping to get the spike week stack. I think that's like generally solid strategy.
All right, here's the team so far. 2-3-5-1, Jaden Daniels and Daniel Jones at quarterback. We have CMC, ETN, and Bill at running back. We got the 5 wide receivers, Ladd, Terry, Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers at tight end. Balanced build, stacked up on Washington and Indiana. Got a week 17 bring back here as well. In good shape. We are on the clock here. You could do another bring back with Travis Hunter. There are tight ends here. Goddard. Jawan Jennings is here. What do you think?
I think I like the Hunter. Play here on this team.
Yeah.
Again, like I don't think necessarily the fact that we took Jacoby at 102 means we're betting against Hunter. I think there's ways both of those guys can work out in different pockets of the season. I think that's a fun pick.
Here's a question from GoAZ Cards of the Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews old triumvirate. Which one do you like most?
That is tough. I think it's Kelsey for me, just because he doesn't have the injury concerns that Kittle has, even though we've talked about, I think Kittle is still fairly priced. And I think he just has more volume upside than Andrews does, just by the nature of pass attempts we're going to see in that offense. And it's really clear that, I mean, look, besides Rashee Rice, it's like Xavier Worthy and Tyquan Thornton, 2 like low target earning deep threats. I think Kelsey's still going to be pretty heavily relied on over the middle of the field. So yeah, in a vacuum, probably give me Kelsey there.
Wow. George Kittle wins you $2 million and can't even crack top 3 of an old tight end list.
It's tough.
All right. On the clock here, Solver likes Denzel Boston, Isaiah Pacheco, Brian Robinson. There's a bunch of tight ends here as well. What do you think?
Let's go Robinson at running back, I think.
Did I get that in time? Yes. Yeah, nice. I'm with you on that. I continue to think in this range, he's my favorite of these contingent running backs.
Yep. I think so. I think he showed, I mean, I think Pacheco, I'm really concerned about like career longevity after what we saw from him last year, returning from that injury. I think Brian Robinson just showed more juice. And I think out of all the positions, like Boston would have been nice for the bring back. I thought about that, but I think we're getting pretty thin with 3 running backs this late in the draft. Makes sense to tack one on here.
Here's the next question for you. Are you ready to rock with just Jaden Daniels or Daniel Jones, or would you entertain a Mendoza with Brock Bowers on this team?
I would definitely entertain it. I think because I guess just mapping out a little bit, I think I'm going to feel okay with 7 wide receivers in this team, even though we didn't start with many. I'm going to feel okay with 5 running backs. So I think this is a team that's going to set up for some luxury picks, like somewhere. It's like fairly balanced. So if Mendoza falls to us, let's see, what is his ADP? 168, and we're
167, and we pick at 163, and then the next pick's 174. I don't see him fall a ton.
Yeah.
I do think it's a really good point, though, just like macro of at this stage in the draft. One of the mistakes I think is making your luxury picks just your last 2 picks and not thinking through where is the best place. Like if you do want the quarterback in the conversation and there's no quarterbacks in week 17 and 18, like you naturally need to make that luxury pick early, even if you have positions of need before it.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's not, I mean, Debo, I do like, I think he'll sign somewhere, eventually be a good value. I don't think we're dying for a 7th running back or 7th wide receiver at this pick.
Bryce Young is also an ADP faller here, so there's a teeny bit of coverage, but there's teams with just 1 quarterback behind us.
I think I would go Mendoza.
Okay. Let's do it. I think, the thing that I keep coming back to is, I mean, I think we're both in agreement. We like having those stacking outs for the pod dynamics. And we make such a big investment in Bowers. Like a lot of this team is going to come down to him putting up a couple of those spike weeks. And if you get the Mendoza 28-point week when Bowers goes for 25, like that stuff comes in really, really handy.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think like the 3 quarterback thing is just like a really underrated part of it is like if one of your quarterbacks misses a stretch of the season, it's so hard to advance with just if Jaden Daniels gets hurt for 5 weeks, I don't know if Daniel Jones is going to be able to like fully save us, but having that second potential out to covering Jaden Daniels, I think does matter quite a bit. Okay, let's see. Do we have all the Raiders wide receiver options taken, like Tucker and those guys? I think
Let's see. Yeah, they just went off the board. Yeah, Tucker and Naylor are gone. Debo is still here if you want to take a flyer on him. There's also some tight ends as well.
I like Debo here.
Yeah, talk to me about Debo. It's so funny because it's like I was joking with Kerrane, like, would be a good spot for Debo? Washington.
Yeah.
But where...
Yeah.
What do you think he has left in the tank?
I don't know. Like watching him last year, I thought he was still solid. He's like nowhere near as explosive as he was in his prime, but he was still functional. And like, I don't know if you remember like very early in the season when Jaden Daniels was still healthy and McLaurin had the weird like holdout injury thing. There are a lot of people being like, oh, Debo is the number 1 targeter in this offense. He's out targeting Terry McLaurin. He's going to be the wide receiver 1 there. And then the whole team just kind of fell apart and Debo slowed down. But I think he still has enough left in the tank. There's tons of offenses, I think, that are still looking for a third wide receiver. Chiefs, like, is it going to be Tyquan Thornton? Rams, like, are they serious about Jordan Whittington and Kanata Mumfield? Colts, we've talked about. Dolphins, Raiders, those ones are obvious. Like, I think there are a lot of spots where a veteran wide receiver could still plug in and give some fantasy value. So unless he's straight up retiring, I think this is like a lock for closing line value on Debo. So I'd rather take some shares here and then like hold off once he rises. There's
basically no resistance 2 to 3 rounds ahead. Like, he can do the Jawan Jennings jump pretty easily.
Yeah.
And it's so funny too, because people have talked about the Raiders being another team that still might be in the mix to add a piece. So who knows? Maybe we could luck box Debo to the Raiders in this specific build.
Yeah. And I know the Colt. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. It's good. I just wanted to tee us up here for this 16th pick. So we have 3 more picks. We're done at quarterback. You mentioned 5th running back. We're for sure going to add at least 1 more tight end. So we can look basically everywhere except quarterback here. Freiermuth, Katron Allen, Gunnar Helm are solver suggestions. Katron Allen would be like the overstack there of like, do we just try to hit on one of these commander backfields and we don't care who it is? He just goes, never mind.
Okay. Helm, does Helm have the same bye week as Bowers? No, he doesn't, right?
Nope.
Yeah, unless you have some other stack that's really jumping out at you, I might just lock in the Helm pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just getting another body in there. I mean, the tight ends left, you're looking at, Stowers, Freiermuth, Gesicki, Helm kind of the tweener between Stowers and Freiermuth as far as like trying to swing for a little upside while also making sure it's not a total zero. I think Stowers, Freiermuth on kind of opposite ends of that spectrum.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, so now I feel like, I don't know. I feel pretty strongly about a 5th running back here. Like, in theory, 4 does seem very thin. I also have like the Kerrane point in the back of my head of the, like, once you get down to this level of running backs, like, they're all so bad that it's not crazy to consider stopping at 4. I do think we take a stab at some 5th running back though still.
Yeah, and I don't like,
I like these top 2 guys. Yeah,
Tucker and Ray Davis. You could do the Mike Washington thing as the Las Vegas if we're sold on him being the RB2 there.
I haven't taken him. It definitely has some zero risk. I think I would take Washington here over. I don't know. I think just for the team level correlation. And I know this is like a bit of just like exposure hedging, but I have a ton of Tucker in like this range. And I think in the back, he's a better pick, but makes sense to like mix up the bets a little bit, I think, on these really low odds guys.
I'm the same as you. I have not if we don't have Mendoza, I think I'd take Tucker there or Davis if he was there, 10 out of 10 times. But I do think those are the spots to diversify your portfolio, not get overconfident and just lean into like, man, we need the Raiders to be good for this team. If Genty gets hurt, like what happens?
Yeah, exactly. Can I name another running back on the Raiders right now besides Mike Washington and Genty? Dylan Laube, is he still?
The pride of University of New Hampshire.
Yeah.
It is. And someone named Chris Collier. Never heard of him.
Okay. Yeah.
So in this situation, it's like Genty's the Barkley. Mike Washington is the Bigsby, a much faster tank Bigsby, and Dylan Laube is the Will Shipley to do another racial comp for this draft.
We were trying to get the most white team in BBM, so maybe we should have taken Laube instead of Mike Washington.
But I mean, if we're being, I guess could this be the Najee Harris team that's like, let's get a solid, that would suck. But if not, I mean, Mike Washington has to be the favorite for touches if Genty goes down.
Yep. Yeah, he was I think he was round 4 pick. Like that's enough.
Okay. We're on the clock here. Solver says Bourne, Ferguson, Giddens. I mean, you can throw a dart at a rookie wide receiver, a third tight end, anything you like.
I kind of like rookie wide receiver Brazel here.
Yeah.
I think he's third in the queue.
Got him.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been doing him here a little bit. Obviously, Ted Hurst's ADP is kind of now on the rise after that coach speak that he's kind of leapfrogged McMillan and has the inside track to be their outside guy. But any of these other rookie wide receivers that you've been mixing in a lot late?
Honestly, no. Hurst a little bit. I know I think we took like Jacoby Lane on a Lamar team once, which I think is fine. Chris Bell, I've taken a little bit just because I think things do clear out for him. And the other one, I guess, is Zachariah Branch, I think in the 17th or 18th. Again, just for like depth chart reasons, there's not a lot of obstacles for him to get a chance, at least. So I've been liking him.
Yeah, there was a conversation in the Ship Chasing Discord yesterday that was pretty good. It was like talking about the year 2 guys with a little bit of question marks, your Torrey Horton, your Pat Bryants. I think you can lump in like the Tank Dell versus these mystery box rookie wide receivers, the Brazils, the Zachariah Branch, the Chris Bell. And, I think where I kind of fall on those is generally, I think if you're not correlating, taking the rookie is probably the smarter move in those situations, just getting the mystery box upside. But it is tough this year kind of figuring out which of those flavors of late round wide receiver darts make the most sense for a specific team.
Yeah. And we were kind of, I think like, I would say we took enough like stable veterans in this one. Obviously we have like the Travis Hunter thing, which is like, maybe you'd kind of group him into the rookie bucket in the sense that he's like pretty uncertain on what he's going to give you on a week-to-week basis, like more of an upside bet. But we took a lot of other like veterans with somewhat stable roles in this team. So I think taking a stab on someone like Brazel, who doesn't have a clear path to playing time, but does have some like best ball upside as a speedy potential deep threat. I've heard like the Leggett thing, I think, is the obstacle for him in Carolina. I think some people are convinced that like they're done with Leggett and like he might even be traded or something, and that would clear the way for him. So I'm sure we'll learn more there over the summer on Brazel.
Before we recap this team, little nugget from Tim in the chat said Nathan Yankee on Blue Sky made the point that Kubiak could also use Washington at the goal line a lot more than we'd want. Genty is undersized and Kubiak isn't a workhorse type of coach. So maybe some extra little paths there if you really squint. But man, Genty is really good at the goal line. So I don't know if they're going to go away from that.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to believe. I guess technically true that Genty's, I think he's like 210 or something, but that's not undersized enough that I'm,
And
really
the other thing, to me, the profile of Mike Washington, right, is like this classic athletic freak, but was not productive. I think about the types of rookies who could steal goal line carries. I look at like a Ray Davis from a couple years ago where he had this 3-down skill set, did it all. The coaches are going to trust him in pass protection. Like, are we going to get a really raw rookie in high value touches? Like Raheem Mostert, absolutely the veteran you trust at the goal line. I think Mike Washington, we just want him coming in as a breather back, 5, 6, 7 touches, hitting a couple home runs that earn him 12 touches, 13 touches a game if Genty gets hurt. I think that's the absolute prayer for Mike Washington.
Yeah. The other, like, if you're really trying to spin Mike Washington as a good late round pick, I think the other angle is this wide receiver room in Las Vegas is so thin. And I think there does get to a point where if the wide receivers are so thin, teams start to use pony personnel more, 2 running backs on the field. Like you could kind of think a little bit with the Patriots last year where like their wide receiver group was really weak, where every week, like both Henderson and Ramondre, they're getting on the field. They're designing them touches, right? Because there's just not a lot of wide receiver talent to look out for. So that is maybe another like dream scenario where they just start to involve both these guys because they don't want to give Genty like 35 touches a game, right? And if they're really basing the game or the offense around the running game, maybe there's some room for a second guy to get involved. But I'm really just trying to sell ourselves on this Washington pick. I don't love it. I think it made sense on this specific team.
Yeah, to me, the biggest it's a fun time of year, right? Because we're still coming out of prospect profile season. And if you're just looking at Mike Washington as a prospect, it is not too inspiring. And the fact that he was that fast and it didn't boost his draft capital even more in a weak running back class is pretty concerning. But then also we tend to want to look at these running back situations pretty agnostically of if you are the RB2 and the lead running back gets hurt, and you are next in line for, if it's going to be a three-way split and you're only getting 6 to 7 touches, that's a bad read on our part. But if you get us into the 12, 13 touch for contingent upside, then you are very much in the conversation as a click, regardless of how we feel about you as a player.
Yep. 100%.
All right. Here's the squad. Let's get your final thoughts. 3-5-8-2, Jaden Daniels, Daniel Jones, and Fernando Mendoza. 5 running backs, Christian McCaffrey, Travis Etienne, Bill, Brian Robinson, and the man of the hour, Mike Washington. The wide receiver room, Ladd McConkey, Terry McLaurin. Double Colts, Alec Pierce and Josh Downs. Double Jags, Jacoby Myers and Travis Hunter. Deebo Samuel, Chris Brazel to finish out the wide receiver room. And then Brock Bowers and Gunnar Helm holding it down at tight end. How did we do?
I think it's a really fun team with the amount of stacking we got on this one. Got each of Daniels, Jones, Mendoza paired with the clear top pass catchers on those offenses. I guess with Colts, maybe not Tyler Warren, but still pretty high upside stacks there. I still have the same reaction like to my first point in the show, Pete, where whenever I do the elite tight end thing, I still stare at my roster at the end and I'm like, it seems a little bit weak at wide receiver, a little bit weak at running back. Like, I think I'm always more comfortable with the 3 late tight end builds, just like structurally. But I do think Bowers has mega upside this year, and I want some teams like this. And I think we did a really good job of making the elite tight end build work in this team.
And I think what you did that like Daigle and I didn't do is you do have to come back, I think, and get this running back, whether it's in the 3rd or the 4th. Like if you have the stomach for Scatabo or Irving there over Ladd, then you can make that switch. But like if you don't, we had more of an anchor RB situation and it really put us in rough territory with the McBride build. But getting these 2 up top, and then also, like you said, we had to make the tough decision to grab Bill when we did and kind of pull up Brian Robinson because it's just, you're just not going to have enough running back points otherwise.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. And we're very, like, this team is very, like all teams are, prone to injuries for the top running backs you take. But I think that's a trade-off you make when you go elite tight end is you're going to be a little bit more fragile at the other positions. But I think Bowers has the upside to justify the season.
Had a couple other questions in the chat. This one was earlier from Charles. Everyone else wants to know. They asked you about your BBM volume before, but Charles is asking more holistically here, your tournament profile. Are you going to kick it up and dabble in the high stakes contests as well?
Yeah, I do not have specific plans laid out. I would love, I've done main event teams in the past. It's been actually a couple of years for me since I've done one. So I would love to get back in the managed high stakes stuff this year with a team or two. That would be fun. I don't think I'm going to do a ton of high stakes best ball stuff. I just think I like I guess I'm more used to thinking about like the larger field finals, like those type of dynamics. And that's just what I like more. So I think, probably more like if I play high stakes, probably gonna be more on the managed side than best ball.
And to refresh my memory, the whole two, you got paid out in 2025 calendar, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So there's no benefit. There's no like tax benefit for me to like, like for Kerrane. Yeah. It's just different. So.
Yeah, that's the huge, because if you get it on January 1st, 2026, then you have the full year to kind of think that through. But for you, it essentially is starting from scratch and just whatever you want to play. Yeah, you have a bigger bankroll, but there's no actual tax planning advantage to doing that.
Yep. 100%.
One other question from Sympathetic Duck. Does Sam ride that bike, or is it just a millionaire decoration above your shoulder?
I was thinking about that today because I haven't biked this season yet. I've been kind of feeling guilty about it because I bought this bike last year. I used it a lot. This year I have not got out. So it actually hasn't moved like at all since we've done this stream. So I was wondering if someone was going to call me out for I think I just got to start moving it around like a little bit, slightly different placements up there, so people think that I've been riding it. But yeah, I got to get out there, Pete. As you know, the weather in Boston has turned recently, so it's finally nice out. I gotta start using it.
Yeah, we went from like pretty cold, rainy, and then bam, yesterday was 87. I think it might supposed to like hit 90 today. It's 80 right now. So yeah, we are in a heat wave here. Sam, anything else you're working on or want to shout out? Obviously, the weekly pods with Kerrane, That's Fair, have become a must listen.
Nothing else besides that. I hope to have some other things I'm working on this offseason. Was started to look at like a wide receiver year 3 model that I'm not going to make any promises on, but that's something I'm interested in looking at. Like, how do we think about these guys like Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison, Roma Dunze? I think pretty unusual year 3 profiles with like a mixture of like extremely high draft capital and underperformance in the case of a Dunze and Marvin Harrison. And then in the case of McConkey and Brian Thomas, like elite year 1 production with like really scaled back year 2 production. And how do we think about that? So yeah, that's like kind of a side project I'm trying to put some work into. But besides that, yeah, the That's Fair streams with Kerrane on Thursday at 5:30 Eastern. We're there every week.
I think that's cool because I mean, there's obviously a lot of coverage on prospecting rookies. You have no, NFL data to work with. Then we have the year 2 stuff where we have that one sample size and reconcile it with the college profile basically. But then the year 3 where you do get the Brian Thomas situation where the 2 data points are so different. And it's like, which one are we weighting in those scenarios?
Yeah, it's tough. And it's ultimately like, I've been thinking about it. Like, it's not something like, I think the model will be interesting to see what the results are. There's so much like context outside of the model that the model is not going to have an answer on. Like the fact that there's, a player on the team that's like a full-time cornerback and a part-time wide receiver. Like my model's not going to have that variable in it. Right. So it'll still be interesting, I think, to look at, but yeah, very, very unusual. Even Neighbors, if we're talking about that group of year 3 wide receivers, like some of those guys started on such clean trajectories. Neighbors, Thomas, McConkey after the rookie year, where it's like, damn, these guys are going to be top 12 fantasy wide receivers for the rest of their career. Such smashes as rookies, even like a Dunze, Marvin Harrison, people had really high hopes for those guys. And it's just kind of like, for injury or other reasons, gone sideways for a lot of that group. So it's a really interesting cohort, I think, to get right this year in best ball.
For sure. And I mean, I feel like I've found this range of the draft so many times where you're looking at this round 7, Parker Washington, Alec Pierce, DK Metcalf. I mean, you do have the Harrison and Thomas and Rome going a little higher than that, but man, like you can go so many different directions based on whatever you want to prioritize as far as upside, routes, previous performance. It's truly choose your own adventure there.
Yep. Yeah. Tons of, very different profiles there. Cool. Well, I think I got to jump, Pete, but thanks again for having me on. You got Kerrane next or any other guests today?
Yep. Nice. Kerrane next. I'll touch base with you. Obviously no show next week for Memorial Day. I might do a flex to Tuesday. I don't know what your schedule is. We can talk offline and figure out if something works out. If not, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, we'll chat offline there. But either way, I'll see you soon.
All right. There goes Sam Sherman. Follow him on Twitter. Pretty exciting stuff. If we could get some year 3 modeling from him, we will have Kerrane joining here in a second. Appreciate everybody hanging out for the Marathon Best Ball Breakfast stream. Please subscribe and like this video. If you guys are new here, like I've mentioned, every Monday we are here drafting 4 Best Ball Mania teams, 4 hours of nonstop best ball content and the occasional side story about Evan Silva pitching Deanna Rossini to join ETR. That's the kind of range you get from Best Ball Breakfast. And as I've mentioned a few times today, big day for the So You Think You Can Tout universe. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I launched a fantasy football reality TV show competition a couple months back. We had 135 applications. We then narrowed the field down to 27, 7 locks, 20 contenders. And we just put those 20 contenders through a challenge. And that's what you guys are going to get to see today on the So You Think You Can Tout channel. That is going to be a live premiere, an hour and 11 minutes of putting these guys through the ringer. You're really going to get to see what they're made of if they're ready to handle some of these touting situations that you'll find yourself in. So can't wait for you guys to see that. But without further ado, it is time to bring our guest of honor on stage. It is none other than Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
I almost forgot to play it, but producer
I could tell. When you like the cadence, I was like, here comes the intro, and then you pulled me up, and I was like, and then you did it. You got it. You landed it.
Yes. We are here, Pat. Schedule release happened Thursday night. Obviously, everybody's been digesting it. What were some of your initial reactions? And also kind of curious if you learned anything new, from the Sims kind of processing that.
Yeah, it's fun to have the bringbacks. We know how to. I was drafting a lot of Chargers and Chiefs to begin with, so that one's really fun. I threw up some mnemonics over on Legendary Upside to help us memorize these games. So I've adjusted a couple. Zach Lenars gave me duck horseshoe versus duck foot.
Yes,
pretty good one.
I've been punching up a few of them this morning. I created a little thing and pulled in your mnemonics. The other one I like is a Puka Igbuka to remember.
Puka Igbuka. Yeah, Bucks versus Bucks is easy though. Once you're like, right, a ram is also a buck.
But like, I don't know if it's synonymous with that. People in the chat and the Discord were asking me, what does Bucks versus Bucks mean? So you might be on an island with how quickly it registers.
Right. Puka Igbuka is good too.
I think the ones I gravitate, the ones that actually involve a player name just become so much easier to remember.
They do. I think to me, it's like, I don't mind if it's like you have to think for a second as long as it clicks. Like I do really like the "Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death" one, which is the Shanahan, "We all might die tomorrow" quote. Where like the first time you hear that, you're not gonna necessarily like. I've had people be like, "Wait, what?" Some people like get it immediately, but I feel like once it's there, then you're like, "Yeah, that's easy." Because "Give Me Liberty, or Give Me Death" is such a, that's like a famous quote. So anyway. London versus the French Quarter. I'm like, that's a name one, but I'm like that. I don't love that one. I feel like I'm still.
Yeah,
that one was tough.
The reason it kind of works. I mean, obviously the European angle, the divisional matchup helps. Like if I just say London, I think I'm just naturally now thinking of the Saints there. So that one's working. The other one I was kind of workshopping is that was Texans and Packers. And one that someone helped me punch up as I was brainstorming would be Wisconsin Dells. So, which is a name of a town in Wisconsin. And you have the Tank Dell.
That's the one that's the type of one I don't love because it seems good. It's like once but Wisconsin Dell is never going to be something I remember. You know what I mean? Like,
see, I think when I hear Houston, the first thing I think of is Tank Dell, and that might be a me issue, but that's where I gravitate to.
Right, but I mean, it's like Wisconsin Dell. Yeah, I don't know what that is, and it's like So yeah, my favorite one, which we got tagged in, the first one I've heard. I think it's like the way I knew that this matchup was Jettas at Jets.
Yes,
which is by far the best one, I think. And we got Steve-O Slice tagged us with that on Twitter.
The one last year, there were a few last year that I think are the perfect version of them. Drake's on a plane, because you get the pun and just the obvious references. Bow and Arrowhead was a key
that was
one.
A really good one. But yeah.
And Jet is at
came up
Jets.
with that one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So if the chat has some, obviously, you know, these are a work in progress, but we, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Anything else though, more, I guess strategically, other than remembering these matchups, anything that's stood out to you? Have you done that many drafts since the schedule was released?
I've been mostly grinding through my slows. I've got like 250 slows going, so I am doing a bunch of those. I haven't done a ton of fast drafts since the schedule release. I did a BBM, I think, on Friday or Saturday. But yeah, I haven't. Not a ton has jumped out as far as, you know, like the elite tight end showdown one. I've taken a little bit more Bowers and McBride together, and I've been wondering, you know, from the Sims perspective, because it's been like McBride has been the top suggestion in the Sidekick when I've done that. I'm not IKBing to that, and I think it might have as much to do with McBride falling as it does with the week 17 correlation, but it doesn't hurt. So that one's been kind of interesting. I'm like, I wonder if like McBride will people try to push McBride a little bit more. I guess if you're taking Bowers, I don't know. Like that seems really fun. I wonder if that ends up happening more.
Well, yeah, Sam floated, you know, have any slappies done Brock, Bowers, McBride at the 1-2 turn? I'm like, I'm pretty sure people might be able to do it at the 2-3 turn the way like ADPs
people are doing it at the 2-3 turn. Not even the 2-3 turn, but like, you know, the 2-10, and then you get McBride the 3-0-3.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But I mean,
that's how I was doing it when I was.
I feel like
the top recommendation.
The theme for today, because I did with Daigle, we drafted a McBride team. With Sam, we did a Bowers team, and I think Sam and I landed the plane a little bit better than Daigle and I did. But man, just like thinking about two elite tight ends, much less one. I mean, those builds still seem so tricky to me. Just when you look back on the 2v2s and the value you can get at tight end at other places.
Yeah, I hear you. I think when you have, to me, that we talked about this on ship chasing, like the guy I'm actually having trouble with is Loveland, who kind of bridges the gap between McBride and Warren. And like I just took a Bowers Warren team, or just in a slow draft. I just added Warren at the 701 on a Bowers team that was 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, Drake May, and then the 2 tight ends through 7. And it's, you know, that there I'm like, well, Tyler Warren might just be the better, he's just like a better pick than these receivers. Like he might outscore the receivers here. And I feel the same way about McBride's upside relative to, you know, the receivers, especially when he fought, like if he's after Nico Collins, right? Maybe AJ Brown's gone. Then at that point, McBride, I think, is just like a better bet to score points.
But isn't the issue, like I agree with that, but also can't you say the same thing about Dallas Goedert and Kelsey outscoring Rashid Shaheed, Jawan Jennings, Khalil Shakir? Like that's my issue with it, is the tight ends are better picks at so many junctures of the draft.
Yeah, that's true. The tight ends are better picks at a number of different spots. I think you can say that. I also think you can say the best picks in those ranges might be quarterback. You know, so you don't necessarily have to do your 2v2 there. But yeah, I mean, it's true. Like tight ends are a value pretty much throughout the draft, which is why like the few spots they're not like screaming values, it's like hard for me to take them, which is the Loveland thing. Although I will say on DraftKings we do get Loveland a bit more in the Sidekick, so which I find kind of interesting. But on Underdog, he's just been a tougher click for me. I want Sam more. It's a bummer that I'm not taking him as much as I would honestly like to.
Before we start drafting, you know, I asked Sam this, curious to kind of if you have a little spiel of kind of how you think about week 17 correlation. Obviously, sentiment on this has evolved over the years in the best ball community, but curious if, you know, how do you think about it in 2026 as it pertains to our game?
I mean, I think the big PSA we do every year is like one thing with, so, you know, all the money's up top in the final week, right? So that's why we care about it. We're trying to score the most points in a single week fundamentally. And having, you know, that game stack element, that's a lever we can pull to help these teams bubble up to the top. However, like scouting these matchups, you know, half a year in advance is not necessarily like what we're really trying to do. It's the certainty that these teams will play each other. That's the edge, that we know this correlation between these two players exists. So it's not that we're like trying to go through the matchups and be like, okay, Colts versus Browns, that's going to be a pretty bad game. Don't want any of those guys. Commanders at Jets, that looks fun. That looks like a high scoring game. I'm going to bump up the Commanders, bump up the Jaguars in my rankings. I don't recommend doing that. Like that whole thing is like not the point of this. It's that like, hey, this team has Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, and that actually provides a little bit of a boost to Jaguars as well as other Commanders, because we're betting on that game to go. We already bet on that game to go off a little bit. So, it creates a bit of a boost. It doesn't create a massive boost. It doesn't override a number of other things that we're trying to keep in mind, but it does help. So that's really what it is. It's like, the games that do go off in week 17 will surprise us. Like we're not be able to perfectly predict. We're not going to perfectly predict which games go off in week 1. We're not going to predict which ones go off in week 17. So that's more. Now, am I intrigued by stacking the Chiefs and Chargers a little bit more than I am in stacking the Raiders and the Cardinals? Yeah, I am. I think that seems like a more fun game, but it's not like that's like more, probably just a little bit of a, because I'm a person. And the Chiefs and the Chargers seem like a fun game to stack, but it's like the math element of it is really like, hey, these two teams play each other, and you've already bet on one of them, so it boosts the other team a little bit.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it from even a larger top-down perspective, it's like we talk about how in best ball, almost every single player has a price where they become a value or make sense on our team. And that's very different from redraft, where certain profiles and archetypes are just way less valuable. So if you agree with that premise, and then you agree there's going to be lots of spots where you scoop a guy that you don't necessarily like, but he fell 14 picks and fills a position in need. Well, now all of a sudden you are building around that pick making sense. And a big part of that pick making sense might be that pick performing really well in week 17, which means the rest of their offense, which means that game might be performing well. So I think if you're open-minded to players being values at any cost, you will naturally then be able to indiscriminately stack and correlate around those players.
Yeah. And like the game stack that I had in BBM 3 was the big one was the Bucks and the Panthers. And that was the year where like the Bucks kind of like the passing game kind of sucked. It wasn't a great year to be in, but they happened to go off that one week. And then like DJ Moore on the other side of that ended up being a key piece. Mike Evans put up like 50 points and I didn't even have him. I had Chris Godwin. So I was kind of getting like, I got the runoff of basically Mike Evans going insane. And it was good for 3 crucial pieces to my lineup. So, it's like, had you offered me the chance to stack that game 3 weeks earlier, I would have been like, ooh, yes, redo. That was a bad pick. Yeah. Right. But it's like, I already had I bet on DJ Moore, and then I bet on Chris Godwin, and then I bet on Tom Brady to complete that stack. Right. And so it builds itself out. It's a coherent, group of players, that it paid off in that game going off. But that seemed unlikely to me even like a couple weeks before it happened. I remember it ended up being kind of a popular DFS stack that week as a pricing, but yeah, it was a sort of a surprising game from a way those teams had played that year.
All right, Pat, we are in a Best Ball Mania draft. We got the Sidekick up. This is draft number 29 for me. We got the 104. I've just been living on the top half of the board, 1-7s and earlier. I think I have like no CD Lamb, no Amon-Ra, no Justin Jefferson, but we won't complain about getting one of these wide receivers here at 1-4.
How many have you done? And you just
29. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know. I can go look in the exposures, but yeah, it's light, but way too early to worry about that.
You going to start pulling up CD Lamb to the 1-4?
Exactly. Puka or JSN for you here?
Puka.
All right, we'll grab Puka. Puka Igbuka. Bucks on the menu here.
Go Easy Card says I need a coffee pour. I did drink coffee. I think my voice is a little scratchy, which isn't helping the excitement come through.
Yes. Charles is referencing one of the pieces of advice I was given to some of the new tout hopefuls, that you got to boost your energy levels. But you see, when Kerrane's been doing this for years and has just kind of the millionaire slot on Best Ball Breakfast, he can kind of just waltz in and do whatever he wants. And you guys are going to keep watching regardless. So, all right. Thank you, Sack, for the tip here. You can see the week 17 correlation box and indicators. Where's that?
So click on the bottom on the Sidekick, settings. Yeah. And then just check the boxes down at the bottom there.
There you go. I'll even click this for the bye week bros, the bye week overlap. They are out and about. The what did we have? Was it Daigle and I? We drafted Drake May and Matthew Stafford, and then they came after us and alerted us.
Oh man.
They both have week 11 buys.
Yep.
Yep.
It seems like that we've been kind of like kicking around like, hey, dude, the 3 quarterback thing, which the Sidekick generally has been a fan of. It was a bigger fan of 3 quarterbacks in the big board where you have the extra 2 rounds than it is now in the 18-round format, but it still likes it. It's just like less, ubiquitous. And now it seems like there's certain builds that maybe would have been 3 quarterback as if you just follow the top recommendation that are 2. It's subtle. It's not like always, but because of the bye week certainty, we're seeing maybe a little bit less 3 quarterback. Right. Because before there was a chance that if you take 2 quarterbacks, and you don't know where the buys are, that they will share the same buy. And so now they don't. And so that makes those 2 quarterback builds a little bit more viable. Now I am still seeing some like Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes type builds. So it's not like it hasn't shifted things in a huge way, but there's just like a couple small bips over to 2 quarterback.
All right, about to be on the clock at 2-9. We start with Puka. We have some of the wide receivers here as well as Chase Brown. Rashi goes, so it looks like we could get Chase Brown slightly past ADP here.
I'm good with that.
Yep. Also, I want to point out there is a drafter from the 12 hole that took Brock Bowers, Trey McBride. Now, based on where my video box is, this drafter's identity could theoretically be obscured. However, they seem to be wanting to out themselves. And it is, of course, Nick. Do I throw away $25 for a bit? He's trying it, Pat. Brock Bowers, Trey McBride.
Okay. It's tough. It's tricky because, like, this is not a unique start. Like the whole 1-2 turn for uniqueness thing. But it's funny if it's just like a really common 2-3 turn pairing. And you're like, what if what you need is this very common start, but without like Bijan Robinson?
Yes. Yeah. Hear me out. Idea. The 2 best tight ends in football without Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Love you, dude.
I'm skeptical. I got to be honest.
George Pickens goes. So Nico, AJ Brown, Breece Hall, the top 3 suggestions here. Who do you like?
I like these 2 receivers here. Yeah.
And I will remember the Nico, Wisconsin Tank Dells too. So can't forget Green Bay at this point. By the end of the stream, my goal is to win you over on Wisconsin Dells.
What is Wisconsin Dells? I don't even know what that is.
So it's a town in Wisconsin. And as Zach also points out, it's the water park capital of the world. We have nothing else to do up here. So there you go.
But like what I struggle with it is that like I have to like learn about a new thing, and then that's how I remember this matchup.
Look at this water park.
I'm on Team Show
incredible.
where like it's now easier for just me to remember that the Texans play the Packers than to like do geography lessons and learn about towns in Wisconsin.
I want you to look at this water slide and tell me that this isn't the water park center of the universe. It's called Icarus. That's like begging to die doing a water slide. There you go. Whatever.
Do you
we'll
think
keep
that Tank Dell flew too close to the sun? Is that, is that what happened?
I do sometimes worry about that.
Yeah.
All right. Puka, Chase Brown, and Nico Collins here at the start. What other things with the schedule? Obviously, the Sidekick is going to account for bye week stuff. People have been asking about, overstacking. Obviously, the Sims are going to account for a lot of that. But is there any rules of thumb you have for people on that with how? Because you overstacked a lot on your winning Best Ball Mania.
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the common questions with the Sidekick is like, it's not always stacking as much as people expect. I think probably the biggest thing it doesn't really care about as much as we do. It's kind of like learning about this and like sort of breaking ties to correlation is that sometimes we break more than a tie to correlation. And so it's like, hey, this quarterback like Kyler Murray scores really well. And it's like, yeah, but I have Chris Olave, so should I take Tyler Shuck? It's like, no, you should take Kyler Murray.
Right.
Kyler Murray's going to score a lot more points. Right. So like that kind of stuff. It's actually not as like correlation pilled. But then I do see what I find really fun post schedule is that I'm seeing players I haven't seen a ton of. Like I'm seeing a little more AD Mitchell because I have a lot of Vikings, right? And I have some Jets too. And so now I've got like potential game stack, because I take Breece Hall, I take Garrett Wilson, I take Omar Cooper, who I think is priced really well. So there's actually a little bit, I think that game stack element with Mitchell is pulling him into the 18th round. It's not like I'm reaching for him at all. But, some players that are kind of truly dart throw or tiebreaker-y guys, I'm good with Montgomery here for sure.
Yeah, keep going.
I think those, it's helping to like mix up the dart throws a little bit, or like the kind of the later round add-ons. I've been seeing a little bit more of like, oh, this guy, that's fun.
Yeah, for sure. This was an interesting spot, and Bucky went one pick before us. We obviously would have had the Bucky Puka correlation, and then Montgomery paired with Nico. It looked like it was going to suggest Montgomery over Bucky, even if both were there. But that was kind of an interesting decision there.
Well, I think one thing that's happening with Bucky is that he's falling a lot. And in Superflex, his ADP Waddle in the 5th here is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, this is right at his ADP, but you guys are higher than him.
We are, yeah. I think he's a late 4th type of play. But yeah, so Bucky's falling, and it used to be that he was kind of like an early 4th round guy. And I think the way we have it, is there is a little bit of an ADP pull, especially in BBM. We think the ADP is a little bit sharper than some of the other formats. And you get like, hey, well, this is a chance for you to scoop Bucky past ADP. But that element is fading with Bucky.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Bucky's been tricky. Like I've been thinking about it, we haven't, to be honest, like really changed his stuff much recently, but I think the market's coming to like what we had a little bit on him, to the point that maybe we're going to be a little bit ahead of market now. Like getting him in the 5th round, which I'm starting to see seems pretty sweet. Like I got that over the weekend. I was like, I feel like a lot of this stuff's priced in now, like a 5th round Bucky Irving can pay off pretty easily, even if he does lose some goal line work and does lose some receptions. Like he's a good player.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar to the, I guess it's a little bit more of a functional offense than the Jets, but it is similar to the Breece Hall stuff. And, Bucky wasn't as good of a prospect as Breece, but it's just like, you really want to be in on the talent and that upside and just hope that everything else works itself out.
Exactly. And my preference is to have, all of the downside priced in. like if you're going to push Bucky Irving to the 5th round, I'm like, great. Then like I see everything you see, but at this point, I think I'm just mostly like getting upside.
Yeah.
Like 5th round pick, 5th round running back in an environment where we talked about running back, are more expensive, and running backs with upside are more expensive than they used to be. So yeah, I mean, Bucky, there's a little bit of uncertainty around Bucky, but like he's not going that much ahead of Jadarian Price at that point, who might not be very good. So
yep. Yeah. Once it's a different, because there's that push pull of where that tier of running backs from round 3 comes off the board, and then the round 5, and there's the tweeners in round 4. And when they're getting pushed up alongside the ETNs or Brees, then it's like, ugh. But then if they're getting pushed down with the Scatterbows and Judkins, where we have a ton of questions about them, then it starts to look like a really nice risk reward proposition.
Exactly.
About to pick at 6'9", nice. Chuba Hubbard right here at ADP, the top suggestion. Mekhi Lemon, Tony Pollard, and Drake May with a little week 17 correlation opposite Denver. Chuba is available, though.
Yeah, I think Chuba's probably pretty solid here, or, getting because Lemon Harrison just went. Yeah. Chuba or Lemon would be my preference.
Let's do the running back.
Okay.
We'll do that. So we start Chase Brown, David Montgomery, and Chuba at running back. We have Puka, Nico, and Waddle at wide receiver. All of our quarterbacks still on the board with our pass catchers, and kind of cruising along here with a balanced build.
And then Drake May goes. Yeah, hopefully Lemon gets back. Lemon falls to the 7th a good amount. So
yeah, ADP is 72.5. So he is best available by ADP right now. Metcalf goes. In this draft has 5 wide receivers. So no, he goes 6.
No, he took him. Yeah, see that honestly, Pete, having 5 wide receivers is a red flag. Like if once a guy gets a 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Pollard or the week 17 correlation with Ramondre better here?
I'm good with either. These guys are
well,
close to me.
All right, we'll go with the sidekick lean and take Tony Pollard. That is such a good point where with that drafter there, where you're like, theoretically at 5, they should absolutely not take it, but they shouldn't be at 5 anyways, which then reintroduces the doubt.
And you know what? I didn't even know at the time that they had Jeremiah Love is the only running back. That's like a minus 1,000 that they're taking Lemon. If you have 5 receivers and Jeremiah Love through 6 and Mekhi Lemon's at the 703, that's a slam dunk. We had no shot. We had no shot to get Lemon.
Please do not bait Pat with this question. Why not take May there over Chuba? You knew Pat wanted to do that in his heart.
Well, look, I mean, to be honest, I sometimes take AJ Brown over Nico, where we took Nico.
Yeah.
But we take David Montgomery. We're building out the Texans bet. We specifically didn't take AJ Brown. Maybe AJ Brown gets traded to someone else somehow. Someone else comes in and scoops AJ Brown. Patriots deal is actually not the deal they had locked in the whole time. And that's the universe that this team lives in. I'm living in the other universe a lot. I'm living in the universe where they get AJ Brown and then you take Drake May in the 6th. Like that's one I've definitely drafted. So I don't mind not taking Drake May, building out the running back depth a little bit. And, there's other drafts where Drake May goes nuts and I have him stacked with AJ Brown. So in this draft where we passed on Brown and took Nico, find a push May. Now, May would have been the top suggestion had he made it back to us, but you push him.
There you go. So yeah, we have the 4 running backs now: Chase Brown, Montgomery, Chuba, and Tony Pollard. We have Puka, Nico, and Jalen Waddle here as we head toward pick 8, 9, and you will see a wall of purple suggestions at this juncture of the draft board.
Yeah, it's quarterback time, man.
It is indeed and I think this is an interesting spot too, with like thinking through, traditionally you look at Puka, Nico, Waddle, and I immediately am like, all right, Nix, Stroud, Stafford, all 3 of those guys make sense. But the sidekick is also suggesting, 4 quarterbacks that aren't correlated here. So how do you think through, like, yes, those quarterbacks are the best pick potentially here, but I also know I could potentially get my stacks with a little more patience?
I think one thing, a shift from what we would have done like 3 years ago, is we're probably taking 3 quarterbacks as kind of the baseline expectation. Right? It's not necessary, but like, yeah, Mahomes, I think, is the pick here. He's back stackable. He's extremely underpriced. You know, that it's like he's literally like out golfing. He's like Jeff Muller's like, yeah, this dude looks like he's gonna be playing week 1.
Yeah.
Maybe he won't, but it's like the risk that I think people have been pricing in with Mahomes is that he's going to miss a big chunk of the season and then maybe not be himself for a while and all that stuff. Like, that doesn't seem to be the way things are trending, and his price has been relatively stable. So I think he's just a really good pick. You can get Worthy, you can get Kelsey, and then you can also, if you want to tack on a Stroud, you can tack on a Stroud as your quarterback 3. Like, that's not a problem. It's just that I think forcing yourself to wait for the later quarterbacks and kind of like prioritizing receivers who aren't such great picks, like even now that we have Mahomes, Kyler's popping ahead of Xavier Worthy. I think it tells you something about like just who's going to like the quality of the bets at each position, basically.
See, and that strikes me as like taking Kyler over Bo Nix in this spot is just a really tough pill for me to swallow.
I'm fine with Bo Nix if you want to do Bo Nix, because he's, also a pretty high upside quarterback, and we have him stacked with Waddle.
Yeah, you get the double quarterback week 17. Do you think could that be a reason that it was downplaying it?
Double quarterback week 17? What do you mean?
Sorry, no, I was mixing up my my AFC West guys. Never mind. For a second, I thought had the Herbert Mahomes matchup there instead of Nix. So no, it just straight up prefers Kyler as a play, even with the Waddle correlation.
Yeah, and to the extent that my guess there is that that's partially related to Mahomes. We still think there is some risk that he misses time in the beginning of the year. Like, we're not like, there's no chance he misses any time. So I think my guess is that Kyler, if he's just like just a point, just putting up a bunch of points, especially early in the year, that could actually be extremely beneficial to Mahomes teams in the event that he does start slow. So we want to, factor in some risk of that. I think the price is factoring in far too much risk of that, which is why Mahomes is such a value. But I think Kyler pairs well in that sense. Davis was talking about how he was getting Malik Willis, and I think that was partially because he had his own ranks in the big board. But I also think he has probably more Mahomes than anyone. And so, like, there's certain quarterbacks that would kind of pop up with Mahomes, especially when we thought there was more risk, right, of him starting slow. I have tended to see that a little bit with the pairing working out that way.
It would be interesting. I would be curious, and maybe I'm just not thinking about the Sims correctly, which is a high possibility. But if you told the Sims that Worthy and Kelsey were for sure not going to be there, if it would lower its frequency, suggesting it. Like if that was a known variable within it.
I think that is something that would happen, yeah. I think the fact that Worthy and Kelsey are available for you there, it makes it more appealing. If Worthy and Kelsey went ahead of Mahomes, I think we would draft less Mahomes.
Yep. All right, let's see here. So we got a 2-4-3. Let's reset before this pick in the 10th round. We have Mahomes and Bo Nix, last year's Week 17 matchup. Maybe that's why I was getting tripped up. Chase Brown, David Montgomery, Chuba, and Tony Pollard at running back. We got our 3 high-end wide receivers, Puka, Nico, and Jalen Waddle. No tight ends yet, but no problem there. We have lost a few of the KC guys. Sidekick liking wide receivers and tight ends for us. Wan'Dale Robinson, Jake Ferguson, Doubs, Shakir at the top of the queue. Doubs goes. You think double up on Tennessee here with Wan'Dale?
Yeah, let's do it. We already bet on Tennessee.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
You bring up a good point with the Bo Nix, Patrick Mahomes thing. You don't actually want the mnemonic to be too good, because then you remember it for multiple years. Yeah.
It's so funny. I know there's a few of them that go way back. Like with specific teams, you're obviously going to remember your BBM 3 ones. I still remember some from the BBM 2 with Arizona and Dallas. Some of them will just be in your head until the end of eternity. Yeah, for sure. We're also now getting to the point where we're doubling up on some of the divisional ones that come back in frequent again.
Well, double hawk Chuba is a funny one. I
Yeah.
didn't think we'd get that twice. Ferguson or Shakir. I like both these picks. Both suggestions at the top here.
I am so sick of taking Shakir, so I'm going to take the Sidekick's top suggestion and go for
Are you to the Davis? Yeah. Are you to the Davis point yet?
Where Davis has drafted way more teams, so he's probably way more fed up with it than me, and I'm pretty fed up with it.
Davis was like victory lapping the DJ Moore trade. Not even victory lapping. It was just like relief lapping the DJ Moore trade, because he's like, finally we can stop pretending that Khalil Shakir is a player that matters.
This is why it's so fascinating too. And I know I'm fully guilty of this. Like my Shakir, hey, it's playing the dailies, obviously best ball, everything too, just this fucking low upside ass pick. But there's a big difference between, and I'm like arguing against myself, but there's a big difference between Khalil Shakir in the 11th round and the 6th round, where we've been taking him in previous years. So I get it.
Exactly. What's funny is that like Davis was right as far as taking Shakir in the 8th or whatever, but then he just falls and now becomes a good pick in the 11th. So it's,
he is one of those picks that does make those early running back heavy teams work. Like you need those points. You need, like, the floor becomes a feature, not a bug in those specific builds.
Yes. Like it really does. I think when you take, if you're building a hyper fragile team, not only are you betting on the running backs to stay healthy, you're betting on them to like be awesome. So you are scoring a lot of points with those running backs. And so then like on a best ball team where you can't find waiver wire production on, throughout the season, it is helpful to have guys who like are pretty good, maybe not great, but like they're pretty good. They're on, the team with maybe the best quarterback in the league, probably the best quarterback in the league. And they're going to play a limited, but also like pretty predictable amount of snaps. Like they're going to, like, it's like Khalil Shakir. I don't think much of Skylar Bell, day 3 guy, like maybe 2 or 3 years from now, he could eat into his workload, but like they're really thin at receiver. Shakir's going to have his role, Yeah. He has utility for certain types of teams.
Yep. All right. About to pick at 12-9. We got the 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end. We do have some tight ends bubbling up here again as values. Sam Darnold, Woody Marks also in the mix. Woody Marks, an interesting one, just since we do have David Montgomery there as well.
That is interesting. And we have Ward later, and we have Stroud. I guess I don't really take that much.
Stroud went. Yeah.
Stroud went. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where Darnold becomes a little more interesting, I guess.
Suggesting Darnold. We have Ward though as the.
We do have Ward. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think here? It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think on this team, I would prefer like going Marks or a tight end and then trying to get Ward. But
let's go Marks.
Yeah, talk that through. Obviously, handcuffing running backs or taking 2 running backs from the same backfield has been a controversial thing in best ball. Where do you stand on it in this specific situation?
I think with Marks as a pass catching back, it's not as clean as just like, oh, we're handcuffing the Texans backfield in case Montgomery gets hurt. The hope here is that you get all the relevant weeks from the Texans backfield and that Montgomery stays healthy, but that Marks has some value in his own right. And then of course, you do Ward goes.
This guy is really trolling us today. You want to do Henry as the bring back to our
to the Broncos thing? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think primarily you're hoping like Marks has some value. They each kind of hit your lineup in different weeks. But I think you also have like Montgomery, what we took in the late 4th, and Woody Marks is fairly cheap. So there is, it's not like I have really not seen, grab Brian Robinson because you have Bijan. But when the first back is cheaper and the second back has some standalone value, then, double dipping a backfield is something I see a little bit more.
For sure. Yeah, I think it's always been, if you take the Bijan Robinson, like I'm not that interested. Even though I like Brian Robinson as a handcuff, it's like my team is fucked if Brian Robinson
exactly.
is unlocked. But yeah, those more ambiguous ones. And yeah, if Marks has that role, again, those points, that floor of 6-7 points, is really handy in some of those situations. So here we go. 2-5-4-2. We have Mahomes and Knicks. We got sniped on our third quarterback there, but we press on. Chase Brown, David Montgomery, Chuba, Tony Pollard, Woody Marks. The 4 wide receivers, Puka, Nico, Waddle, Wan'Dale Robinson, and we get to our second tight end with Hunter Henry joining Jake Ferguson.
Yeah, and my guess is that we're done at running back. In Marks, one thing I've seen too is like where you have, when you do something like this, you have like a Montgomery Marks, or whatever it might be, a Pollard Spears or something like that, that I think running back falls even a little bit further in priority because you kind of have that, like you have the whole team. So yeah. I'm guessing that we're going to, and we are a little bit thin at receiver, and we didn't take our first tight end until the 11th round. So it would make sense anyway that we spend our remaining picks at tight end and receiver.
Yeah.
But I think the Marks pick just helps solidify that. I guess I didn't, quarterback could be an option, but we don't have anything stacked left, do we?
No. Yeah, I don't even know what it would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're definitely getting to probably 7 wide receivers and 3 tight ends. That's 4 picks. And then it's probably either an 8th wide receiver or a 4th tight end.
Yep.
All right. So let's see here at 14-9. Like we said, looking solid. Mahomes, Knicks at quarterback, Brown, Montgomery, Chuba, Pollard, Marks. The sidekick is kind of ping-ponging tight end and wide receiver selections here. It does like Schultz as a 3rd tight end, although he has a little bit later ADP.
You could push Schultz potentially, yeah.
Boston sneaks in here as the 2nd best option and 1st at wide receiver.
Yeah, I'd be fine with Boston. I think one of like the best ways to IKB is to go, I'll get Schultz anyway. So let me grab Boston before he goes and get Schultz. And now, right, the sidekick is wanting that 3rd tight end more, that we're a little deeper at receiver now post Boston. But hopefully that tight end is still Schultz, which is a nice way to play things if you can get both guys.
Yeah, we basically get, in a perfect world, would this team have Stroud or Ward? Absolutely. But we can keep stacking the Texans even without the quarterback.
Exactly. Which is something we've talked about a bunch, stacking without the quarterback. You still want that Texans game to go off. Can't remember who they play, though. I know it has something to do with a town that I'd never heard of. But
one Texan for every color slide at this water park. Hear me out. All right. Take Schultz.
Yeah, let's take Schultz. Successfully pushed him. Love it.
This is funny, too. The one time, I love clicking Brian Robinson, and the one time I don't need him, he's falling past ADP to be an extreme value in this room. The chat is calling you a coastal elite by shitting on the Wisconsin Dells over and over again, Pat.
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know about the town of Dells, and I don't think that learning about a new place is the best way to remember another thing. That's just all I'm saying. It doesn't have anything to do. This place could be a small little New York beach town I'd never heard of. I would have the same opinion.
I think us Del Bros have won. I think by having this meta conversation about the mnemonic, it is now deep inside your cranium.
It's true. That is actually true. Yeah.
That's good.
I'm now fired up enough to remember it.
Wisconsin farmers in the Dell. There's something there as well. Yeah, I knew something there was with cheese and farmers and Dell. I thought there was something there.
Wait, the town is literally called Wisconsin Dells in Wisconsin? Yes. Wisconsin yes. Dells, Wisconsin is where you live?
Yes.
Wild.
The Wisconsin Dells. Population. Do we have a population here? I'm not seeing it. It's a city in southern Wisconsin, lies on the Wisconsin River in a region of glacier-carved sandstone formations.
See, that I feel like we messed up as a country that Wisconsin Dells isn't in Michigan, because that just seems like one of those funny, like it's
Yes.
Kansas City, Missouri. We
Yes.
got Wisconsin Dells should not be in Wisconsin. That's a little bit of a bummer for us as a country.
Hey, we got multiple people saying, whoa. We call it the Dells, brother. Not the I love that all these guys came out at the same point. Oh my goodness. Look at this too earlier from Hawkberg. Ship chasing meetup 2027 Wisconsin Dells. Who says no? All right, we got a bunch of wide receivers here. We can do Wicks or we can do Pat Bryant with the correlation. What do you think?
I'm good with Pat Bryant if you want to do that.
Sure. Yeah, I like Pat Bryant, so I sometimes feel like I have a little bias with him. What's your objective take on Pat Bryant's prospects this year?
It's murky as hell, but Sean Payton does weird stuff all the time, and so maybe there's a little stretch. I think your upside with Bryant is that there's like a little stretch where they're like, "Hey, Pat Bryant." It's week. Well, the week is kind of part of the upside. I don't know when this happens, but it's now the third week. We've now seen 2 weeks where Pat Bryant has had 6 and then 8 targets, and we're all playing Pat Bryant in DFS. Does it work that week? No. It's a total failure. First 2 weeks were fun.
Wicks does come back. So
Yeah,
he's here. We'll get Wicks. We do need to keep catching up at wide receiver. So now we have a 2-5-7-3. Mahomes and Nix, Chase Brown, Montgomery, Chuba, Pollard, Marks, the wide receivers, Puka, Nico, Jalen Waddle, Wan'Dale Robinson, Denzel Boston, Pat Bryant, Dontavian Wicks, 3 tight ends, Ferguson, Henry, Schultz. One more pick here will be interesting to see if we go 8th wide receiver, 4th tight end, or Solver saying, hey, if Braylon Allen's still hanging around, give him a look.
Yep. That is what the sidekick is saying.
Sorry. Where's Pat on Marvin Mims? I can tell you that, but go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in on Marvin Mims.
Pat Marvin Mims might as well be the Wisconsin Dells for you.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean,
exist.
I'm more likely to remember Wisconsin Dells in 2 years than I am Marvin Mims. That's where I'm at on that. It's wait, what is Zach saying?
He says, I'm surprised we got such a strong response from Wisconsinites in the chat. It's afternoon. We assume most of the true ones are too drunk by now to chat.
I don't even remember what I was saying now. Oh, Marvin Mims.
Marvin Mims. Get back to Marvin Mims.
I mean, Marvin Mims 2 years ago was getting used kind of as a running back before they drafted RJ Harvey, and that's like the most interesting part of his career so far. That and like he runs, deep routes. But it's just like more and more of what Marvin Mims does keeps getting replaced by other people. Like Jalen Waddle can do all the little underneath stuff that Marvin Mims does. And if not, RJ Harvey can. Like if you need that to be out of the backfield, they have a guy who does that out of the backfield now. And as far as deep routes go, I definitely prefer Waddle on that than Marvin Mims. So, and now Sutton can probably be a little bit more just like pure deep threat too. So yeah, it's just like, I don't see the upside, certainly. You're hoping he goes off once in week 17, right? But there's no reason to think that like would happen.
I will, just to kind of corroborate some of these shots at Wisconsin people being drunkards, I will say this. There is one applicant, one contestant on So You Think You Can Tout who showed up to his Contenders Challenge drinking a beer. Only one of them showed up to this challenge drinking a beer, and he is from Wisconsin. So do with that information what you will. All right, Pat, we have our final 18th round selection. It looks like the 4 tight end stuff's off the board because all of the viable tight ends got wiped. We are looking at like the Kayshon Boutte Cup veteran options, the Jacoby Lane rookie option, the 80 Mitchell upside dart. What stands out to you here?
Boutte is another bring back. And this is, I think we talked about the week 17 stuff. he does make sense there.
He goes.
Cup is kind of a veteran. I think works with the, little bit thin at receiver. One of the receivers is a rookie. So I think Cup's a good pick here.
Yeah. Yeah. We, I think it's like we add Denzel Boston. Sometimes you're trying to feel out like what kind of profile do you need here? Do we need the floor of a Cup, or do you want to take the upside dart at the rookies? But the good upside darts are so wiped out at this point. It's hard to sell yourself even on a Jacoby Lane type.
Yeah, I mean, if like Ted Hurst was here, who someone said the team needs, yeah, I'd be into that. But it is getting a little bit thinner with the rookie bets. And then like Bryant's not a rookie, but like he is correlated with Bo Nix, which is like the primary reason we took him. And if he were to do literally nothing all season and score well in week 16, I'd be pretty happy about that. Yeah. But how do we, if that's what he is, then like it'd be helpful probably to have a Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're very top heavy. Puka, Nico, and Waddle. I guess Wan'Dale Robinson is our Shakir pick, kind of tying things together. But then, yeah, so much, floor and volatility with Denzel Boston, Bryant, Wicks, and Kupp.
Right.
All right. Let's recap this team in the books. My 29th Best Ball Mania draft, first draft with Pat since the NFL schedule has dropped. We finished with a 2.583, had some interesting conversations about the quarterbacks. At one point, it seemed like we were going to easily end up with 3 and then ended up with 2, Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix. We had those 5 running backs, 4 of them pretty early, Chase Brown, Montgomery, Chuba, Pollard. We do add on Woody Marks as our 5th. The wide receivers, Puka, Nico, Waddle, wait a little bit, then come back, Wan'Dale, Boston, Pat Bryant, Dontavian Wicks, and Cooper Kupp. We do punt tight end, but end up with an exciting White's room of Jake Ferguson, Hunter Henry, and Dalton Schultz. The Wisconsin Dells were out to play in this one, Pat, although I guess we didn't get any of the Wisconsin elements. But
there's no Wisconsin, just some Dells. These are just Dells, man.
And not the titular Dell either.
We just call it the Dells. We call this team, like Wisconsin, ironically, we call this team the Dells.
Very much so.
Rather than the Wisconsin Dells. Yeah, just call this one the Dells.
Thoughts on this team? There were some interesting and kind of tricky spots we ended up.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the 3 quarterback thing, and I think it is interesting. Like, there's a couple ways this team becomes a 3 quarterback build. I think we had Sam Darnold at or near the top at one point, and didn't take him. We ended up with Cooper Kupp, which is kind of funny. So we would have backdoor stacked him probably had we done that. AJ Barner was also floating around, so we might have ended up with him as part of the 3 tight end build if we go Darnold. So you certainly could see this being a 3 quarterback team. And then we got sniped on Stroud. We got sniped on Ward, who we thought about over Hunter Henry had he come back.
Yep.
So yeah, we went Marks over Darnold. We probably would have gone Darnold if he was back. So yeah, there was like this point where it maybe becomes a 3 quarterback team, but it does feel like the Sidekick's just a little chiller about the quarterback recommendations. It's like this, I think if we follow the top recommendation here, it would have been 3 quarterback, but like you do one little IKB in the 13th or the 12th round or wherever we did it, and now it's like, yeah, it's fine. 2 quarterbacks is fine. So there's just a little bit less of a push because we know that these 2 quarterbacks don't share the same buy now.
Yeah, because I think, you look at how this ended up. There were basically 3 paths. It's like you kind of maneuver and just say, hey, I'm going to either get these kind of 3rd quarterback out of value when it makes sense. And if I don't, I'm just going to rock Mahomes and Nix and be okay with it. There's I can be aggressive with my other stacks. Like you said, instead of taking Ferguson at 124, we just pull the trigger on Stroud. Instead of taking Marks at 141, we pull the trigger on Ward. Or the 3rd option is to be open to some of those back sacks. Sidekick suggests, Kyler Sidekick suggests, Sam Darnold, and you just trust like, hey, I'll make this work. And the correlations will come in a way I didn't initially envision.
Yeah. And we don't end up having any correlation with Mahomes, right? On the whole team. We don't have a Chief or a Charger, but we end up with the game stack. We didn't get Booty, which would have been a little bit more fun, provided he's a Patriot. Someone's asking about. I think I'm going to talk to Greg after this on the legendary Coach Speak stream. I'm going to try to pick his thoughts on the Booty stuff, because it does seem like, is he been told that he's part of this trade that's happening on the first? Like,
right.
has he gotten wind that he's probably in that trade? And maybe he's not a part of this game stack. It's definitely, I'm starting to like think about that, because it does, stuff's kind of, there's some rumblings of where he stands with the team not being great. So that's something to consider.
It seems weird to me. Like, don't you think, even, let's just assume AJ Brown Patriot. I think everybody assumes that. Even with that, doesn't Booty still make more sense on the Patriots than he does the Eagles, just from like a team need and schematic fit situation?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading about someone telling me that I learned about water parks and I should be grateful, which I think is probably true. I think you have a good point, Christian.
Christian, just take a deep breath, buddy. Doesn't Booty make more sense staying on the Patriots? Isn't he more valuable and a necessity for the Patriots as like an outside threat than he is for the Eagles, who I guess now have so many like duplicative skill sets with their wide receiver room?
I would think so, but I could also see, I mean, if you think about it, like Brown and Doubs are the two outside wide receivers post trade, assuming, right, Brown goes to the Patriots. So then they have like additional depth that's not super strong if they lose Booty, but the Eagles also have very weak depth after Devontae Smith and Dontavian Wick. So I could see Howie being like, hey, it gives me another out to like a solid outside wide receiver opposite Devontae. And I assume that, the Booty part of this is more along the throw in variety if he is in fact in that trade, like that he's not carrying much weight there. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like maybe he wasn't a huge part of their plans for a while, because I heard like Booty trade stuff getting floated months ago. So maybe they're like, yeah, it's probably better if we just give this dude a fresh start at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, the blurb, and it sounds like you're going to talk about it with Greg, but it was Mike Reese reports Booty has been working out away from the facility during the Patriots voluntary offseason program. So like you said, it's like, is he just pissed that he's been included in trade rumors, or is this like, I know I'm being traded, so this is how I'm proceeding?
Yeah, I don't know, because it is weird. If they don't trade for AJ Brown, then he's a starter on the outside for them, you would assume. Yeah. So it's like kind of, it's definitely strange. At the same time, it does seem clear they are the AJ Brown team, and it's not a certainty, but it seems they're the favorite to land him. And at that point, he's not a starter, because they just gave Doubs like a way more money than I thought Doubs would get. Right? Like they paid Doubs a lot of money, so Booty's going to be the wide receiver 3 there at best, and probably the wide receiver 4 in a sense, because he doesn't play in the slot. So he might not. It could be that has nothing to do with these trade talks, actually, but he's just like, this sucks. I just went from having a breakout season to becoming a reserve in one off season. Like, you guys are a bunch of assholes. I could see that too.
All right, Pat, let the people know you mentioned you got the pod with Greg coming up. You have That's Fair with Sam Sherman. What else do people need to know here?
Tomorrow, Shady Advice is going to jump on with me for the Top Guy Tuesday mailbag. And we're kicking around ideas of what to draft, thinking maybe some weekly winners, actually, now that the schedule's out. Yeah, which I haven't done yet, and I don't think I will do. I'm just going to go in and Top Guy weekly winners tomorrow for my first team of the year. So that'll be, I think, a pretty fun one. If you have any questions for Shady, throw them in the Leg Up Discord, or jump on with us at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll be doing Top Guy Tuesday there. And then Matt Irby has a new article that'll be out on the site tomorrow morning on Dynasty Quarterbacks. It buys there as part of a series that he's been doing as well. And then, yeah, I've got some stuff cooking up probably later in the week or early next week. I'll have an article out. Dynasty rankings are up over at Legendary Upside, 1 quarterback and Superflex. Obviously got Underdog, DraftKings rankings. And you can check out the Sidekick at legendaryupside.com/sidekick. What are we doing ship chasing this? You're out.
I'm out. I'll touch base with you guys if you want to do a show without me or not. But you guys, no matter what, will be back tomorrow for ADP chasing. Yeah, so that'll be fun to get your guys' thoughts on the schedule and how that could impact ADP.
And we talked about we talked to the guys feeling like there's some stuff we haven't been able to cover much lately. So we are going to devote most of the show to Deshaun Stribling.
I know when you started that was going to end with Stribling, so we were at lockstep.
I looked over, I glanced over, and like Pete's like, come on, get to this.
Well, I knew you would be seriously in a straight face discussing topics for ADP chasing, so I knew the joke was coming. Let me do a very quick rundown of my stuff, and then the So You Think You Can Tout live premiere is happening here in 1 minute. The countdown is happening now. Best Ball Breakfast, not next week on Monday. I'm going to touch base with these guys, see if anyone's available on Tuesday, if I flex it. The So You Think You Can Tout live premiere right now, then come back after it. We're going to host a live vote on this channel right when that's done. You guys are going to determine the fate of some of these contenders who are tweeners. And then I'm going to do an after dark tonight. We'll do a little Q&A. Mike Zakarian's going to come by. We'll react to the episode, all that good stuff. Tuesday, tomorrow at noon, off and on the clock with the Badge Bros. We're doing eliminator strategy. I got to reach out to Purple Yosh. I think the defending champ's going to join us for a little bit. We'll have the Swolecast, ADP chasing, and then I am off. I am doing a little family trip, and I will be back on Monday, and I'll hit the ground running next Tuesday. Thank you again to Pat, to Sam, to John Daigle, to producer Mark, to the chat. You guys are great. Go watch the So You Think You Can Tout episode 3 premiere. Peace.